the International Federation of Phonographic Industry for Sub-Saharan Africa. Makofi, let's appreciate Angela. And while you're there, probably you can sing for us.
Well, thank you so much, and good morning, everybody. We're excited to be here, the third and last day of this very enlightening session. We shall today be discussing IP commercialization, IP assets and valuation, utilization and exploitation in the global market. Just for me to just give a highlight of, I'm sure the discussions from the first day have been touching on what IP generally is, and you have seen that it covers a large field, but in short, the two traditional branches are industrial property, and I'm sure you had a lot of patents, trademarks, industrial designs, and the second branch is the copyright and related or neighboring rights. So if you think commercialization, you can know that if we talk about COVID, which is the latest pandemic, it actually drew worldwide attention to commercialization of patents in medicines, for example, especially vaccines such as Pfizer, Sinopharm, Moderna, all those to mention a few. So you could be able to see the impact of IP in medicines. Closer home, in 2021, the industrial design infringement case in the High Court of Uganda, Migo Industrial and Trading Company prevailed against Ryder International Industry for the infringement of their design in footwear, which was a gumboot. Closer home, copyrights, Universal Studios Productions, Disney Enterprises, and Netflix accused two streaming sites, All Access TV and Quality Restreams, in 2021 of infringing on their film copyright, since they did not have licenses to sell access to the media company's copyrighted movies and TV programs. So in the music industry, the International Federation of the Phonographic Industry, where I sit as the regional director of Sub-Saharan Africa and is the voice of the recording industry worldwide, has consistently worked with governments across the globe to execute administrative blockings of websites that carry illegally acquired recorded music and work with ISPs on takedown and stay-down notices against illegal music. Just as a snapshot, because we're talking about enforcement and protection as a theme for this symposium. In Kenya, from June 2020 to June 2021, there were 50.7 million visits to piracy sites. From June 2021 to June 2022, this number increased to 59.2 million visits. In Nigeria, from January to May 2021, there were 65.5 million visits, but over the same period the following year, this actually decreased to 54.3 million, just because of what the government and the support of the government they were doing to actually reduce this number. So if we talk about, I know Waidera is here, so we talk about the latest cases internationally, like Ed Sheeran, the author of the 2014 musical work, Thinking Out Loud, and the heirs of late Ed Townsend. I believe most of us know the song, Let's Get It On. There was a judgment the other day, and was given in favor of Sheeran, and it said that one of the features of the music genre, hip-hop, is that a fair amount of its recordings is tied to past or earlier recordings which have been lifted or sampled into the current recording, sometimes even without a license. So you can see the whole idea of commercialization can be technical. It's not always a straightforward issue. So the wave of litigation acquisition.
Look at 75% of our economy. It depends on sectors that are directly related to the natural.
In the I want you. Hypnosis, for example, a UK-based music IP investment fund, in its results of 2021 announced that it had spent $1.1 billion in music copyright acquisitions. So the money is here in IP. So it's most importantly to ensure that owners of IP appreciate the value of and the risks associated with their intellectual property, even when that intellectual property accounts for a high percentage of their income or turnover, and should be addressed in their respective portfolios in the appropriate manner. So today, that's why we're here, privileged to have with us eminent speakers from some of the different branches of intellectual property to address us. We shall begin with I'm not so sure whether Madeline has arrived, but she's here. So we shall begin with a research paper of Madeline Joy Omungala, who's a legal assistant at Kisini and Ziukwa Co-Advocates, about safeguarding creativity, the impact of intellectual property protection in the creative industry. A round of applause, please.
Every presenter will take 10 minutes. If you have a presentation, 10 minutes. In the meantime, as she comes on stage, let me recognize the presence of Dr. Henry Mutai, the CEO, Kenya School of Law. Let's appreciate him. And also we have a board member from the
urges you
ACA
to be
who is
vigilant
present,
as you
Mr.
purchase
Omombe.
these
Let's also
essential
appreciate him.
life-saving products. Think twice when prices are too good to.
Good morning, all. I hope life has been kind to all of us lately. As you've heard, my name is Madeline Joy Omungala, and I'm a legal assistant. So my role today is to try and look at how intellectual property has played an important role in protecting the rights of various authors in the creative industry. So the title of my research paper was Safeguarding Creativity, the Impact of Intellectual Property Protection in the Creative Industry. The next slide, the next one, then the next one. Okay, so to lay a foundation to my presentation, we have to understand the value of IP assets. So as you can see, I've written there, kuheshimu mali ya serikali. So what this basically means is most times people give a lot of importance to government property. For example, during the raising of the flag, people stand at attention, they remain silent. So you can see they accord a certain importance to the flag, which is a property of the state. So the same respect that is given to tangible property, land, assets such as motor vehicles, is the same importance that should be given to intellectual property, which is the efforts or the fruits of one's mental labor. So throughout the conference, we've been discussing what is intellectual property. So we are all familiar with the definition, which, to put it simply, is the value that we put in intangible assets. So intellectual property protection is the rules and legal safeguards that ensure intellectual property is well protected, there's enforcement, there's respect, and value is accorded to whatever creation someone has come up with. Intellectual property is also recognized as a fundamental right under the UDHR, Article 27.2, which places the importance on recognizing and giving importance to the creations of one's mental efforts. The Constitution of Kenya also recognizes intellectual property under Articles 11.2c, Article 45, and Article 69.5. So we can clearly see there is in place the legal framework to ensure that these rights are protected. And furthermore, there is also in place the institutional framework. For example, the Kenya Copyright Board, which is tasked with the registration of copyrights, and also the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, which in most cases deals with the registration of patents, trademarks, and industrial designs. Okay, next slide. Thank you. Next. So, IP assets usually encompasses rights such as copyrights, trademarks, patents, industrial designs, and geographical indications. But mostly in the creative industry, I can say value is mostly pegged on copyright, because in copyright you see works such as artistic works, musical works, literary works, dramatic works. So we see things such as music, paintings, sculptures, movies, films, which are all the efforts that someone has put in coming up with the various books, like a thesis, dissertation, research paper presentation. So basically what I'm doing here today, sharing my intellect, I'm sharing my intellect with you. And so when this gets recognized, someone gets exclusivity over their rights, and also they can gain commercialization from the efforts of their work. Next slide. So basically, copyright is based on originality. When someone writes a book, it's an idea they sat down and came up with. They wrote the plot, they came up with their characters, and then they brought the whole book to life. When someone composes a song, they sat down, they wrote their work with the outside world. So it's important that respect is given to their work so that they can get the incentive to create more, because they know their work will be protected and it will be respected accordingly. So under copyright, work is usually protected for 50 years. Let's say if you write a book today, 50 years from the date which you first published the book, that is the amount of protection it will be granted. Or like for a song, if the composer dies today, there's a protection period of 50 years from the time that he died. Okay, it's important to note that copyright grants someone exclusive and moral rights. So exclusive rights are basically economic rights, which is the right to control the distribution and the use of your copyrights. Then moral rights is the like when you give away your economic rights. The moral rights mean that when someone uses that work, they have to attribute it back to you, and you can also control whether it can be distributed or modified. Basically means that there are in some circumstances that you can use someone's work, but it's based on the condition that you attribute it to them. For example, in my research presentation, I cited various authors, but by using their words, I had to cite my work and attribute the particular passage to them. So over the past year, we've seen some enforcement efforts in relation to copyright. Recently in March, where Nonini sued Brian for using his song without asking for consent in a certain advertisement. So it's important to note, where you've protected your right, before someone uses it, they have to ask for express consent to incorporate them into an advertisement. So through that, we get there's something called a synchronization license, which basically allows someone who is trying to use an author's piece of music gets into an agreement with the author, and then the author can allow them to incorporate them into a certain advertisement or a TV program. Yeah, next. So the other aspects that we can see in the creative industry is the issue of trademarks. A trademark is basically a distinguishing mark that sets apart a certain product or services. For example, the Facebook logo. We all know the F and the box, the Netflix logo, the Coca-Cola writing. Yeah, so a trademark ensures that if you come up with a certain unique symbol, a unique logo, or a unique name, it's protected and people are preventing from using it because it's exclusively associated to you. As you can see, the protection period for a trademark is 10 years. Yeah, next. Then the other one is a patent. Patents are mostly associated with innovations and advancements. I can give example of we all know who invented the airplane, the Wright brothers. So like the Wright brothers have a patent over the design of the aeroplane because they are the first ones who invented it. Okay, more simple example is the light bulb by Thomas Edison. He's the one who came up with the concept of the light bulb. So something like that, we exclusively know that the light bulb is associated with Thomas Edison. So we can see there is exclusivity of the creation that is pegged on him, and through that we can see the value, and he's gaining commercial value over the invention that he's created because there is repeated usage of it and he can derive commercial benefit from it. So for a patent to be registered, there are some criteria that must be met. So it must be new, it must have an inventive step, and it must be industrially applicable. So something new means it's something that was not anticipated before. So you are coming up with a new creation. Then an inventive step, it's like an improvement to something. Let's say with the advent of COVID, we saw the introduction of the washing stations where you get to step on the thing, then the soap comes out. So we can say something like that. We had not anticipated when the hand wash was being made. No one thought that someday that is the mechanism that was going to be used to let the soap out. So something like that can be called an inventive step. Then industrially applicable, it's something that can be used in an industry. Next. Okay, then there is an industrial design. Simply put, an industrial design is, it's like an ornamental feature on a certain product. For example, we all know the Coca-Cola bottle, the contour shape of the Coca-Cola bottle, that is an industrial design. So it places some aesthetic value on a product. So like when you come up with a certain product and there is a certain way you've made it, you can protect it as an industrial design so that it can be associated uniquely to you, and a person cannot use the same shape to come up with a product because it's associated to you. So industrial design basically protects the unique aesthetics of a product. And lastly, we have the geographical indications. From the name geographical, it means that it's associated to a certain geographical area. So the name of the product comes from the region that it's associated with. For example, Scotch whiskey, that's the name because it comes from Scotland. It comes from Scotland. That's why it's called Scotch whiskey. So through the various IP assets, we've seen how different categories of inventions, works can be protected. Like if you create something, there's an area of the law that it will fit into. So what you need to know is just what work qualifies for copyright, what work qualifies to be registered as a trademark, and through that you can be able to protect your work and gain exclusivity and eventually derive financial benefits from it. So from that we can establish the benefits of protecting your IP assets. Okay, my time is up, so I think I've explained the major assets in the creative industry. So the benefits, definitely exclusivity of rights, financial benefits, which eventually lead to the growth of the economy. There's a preservation of cultural heritage. It stimulates innovation because now people are given incentive to create more because they know their assets will be given the value and the protection that they deserve. So we can also look at the challenges that face this. Okay, the greatest challenge is definitely piracy and counterfeiting. Counterfeiting, piracy of music. A common example is Netflix. Netflix is a service that you are required to pay before you can watch a movie or a certain series. But you find in some situation there is another version of Netflix that offers all the movies for free. So it means the financial benefits that would have derived from using the original app is lost because someone has come up with another app that offers the movies for free. So because when money is made through piracy, that money is not attributed to the original owner. So in some way, they get to lose the economic benefits that they would have derived if their work would have been viewed through the right channels. Then there's the aspect of lack of efficient royalty collection mechanisms. Then strong legal and administrative mechanisms for enforcement. There's usually a problem with enforcement because in most cases, the legal framework is usually in place, but the problem usually comes in with enforcing these rights because you can find someone has not protected their work, so there is no way they can claim for compensation when their rights are infringed because there is no way the work is pegged to them. For example, we all remember this common meme, this guy who says nitakufinya in a certain TV interview. He recently went to court, but the court could not compensate him because he had not copyrighted that phrase, because he claimed when the words were used in a certain advertisement, he wanted compensation because he was saying that work was attributed to him. But now he had not protected it in any way. So in such a situation, you cannot benefit from the law where you have not protected your work. Lastly, digital technologies make it hard. These movie sites, various sites where you can download songs, and the same is not remitted to the artists. Then lastly, it's my recommendations. So we definitely have to stay informed of the evolving digital space and how we can tailor the protection of IP to suit into the emerging digital economy. Then we can advocacy efforts. We have to educate people on the importance of protection and how it comes into play to benefit them commercially and protect their rights. Okay, I think I'll just stop from there because the points are self-explanatory. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Very enlightening. I think we now understand at least a snapshot. That's the IP 101 of our IP assets and what we can get from it as we commercialize our assets and be able to value them. Next, we'll have just 3 speakers, 2 of them who will be joining us online. First will be Elzbieta Gladowska from Motion Pictures Association from Geneva. And then we're going to go to Mr. Craig Owen White, a partner in charge of at Cleveland, Han, Lusa and Parks LLP. And then we'll have Abie Wassuf, who will be joining us from here, from Global Anti-Counterfeit Council from Danfoss, Germany, Hamburg. So please give a round of applause for the next set of speakers. Thank you.
I understand Elizabeth is having challenges a bit with logging in. Before she does that, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate the Executive Director of the Anti-Counterfeit Authority. Let's appreciate him for joining us this morning. And probably, sir, you can take the podium and welcome us before the next speaker logs in. Tumpigie makofi anapokuja. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Great having all of you. This is our 3rd day. We started on Tuesday. And for us is to appreciate each and every one of you for the robust discussions that we have had on counterfeiting and IP. I would like just to recognize the presence of my brother, that is the CEO of RSK, Bwana Mutai. Bwana Mutai, you can just wave. Tumpigie makofi. I think also have my brother CEO of Camp on this other side, Bwana Morris, you can wave. Tumpigie makofi. We also have Brigadier Gethiora of Kenya School of Government. Brigadier? Where is he? Okay, thank you very much, Brigadier. And then we also have board members. I can see Mr. Kasanga. Kasanga, for all of us, when we are growing up, you used to entertain us and you continue entertaining us. Tumpigie makofi. I also have my board members. Board members, you can be upstanding, kindly. So they have been with us. Maybe you can step forward. Step forward. No, they are my bosses. And let them step forward. Tuwapigie makofi as they come on the stage. And maybe they can just say a good morning, starting with you, Mr. Karaja.
Karaja Jora is my name. Good morning.
Good morning, Konje Oliver from State Department for Trade, representing the PS. Thank you.
Good morning, Magdalene Munyao, Independent Director.
Morning, everyone. My name is James K. Wangombe from the Inspectorate of State Corporations.
Thank you. Now, I want now to introduce the people who have been in the kitchen, and they have managed to prepare for us this meal that you are partaking. My team, please come so that I can. We may not have another opportunity to introduce you. Karibuni hapa, Daktari. All of you, Martin, the rest of the team, regional heads, Elena. Please come over. My rapporteurs, Rachel, mkuje pia. So I have a big team here, and we are gender sensitive. I hope you not be accused of being a male alone entity. So this is the team that has been organizing this event, and we really appreciate all of them. And I would like them just to come and say hi as you sit. Starting with the directors. Start with the director.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yusuf Osman, Director Enforcement.
Dr. Akuten.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm John Akuten, Director for Research Planning and Quality Assurance.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. My name is Refa Kitavi, Director Corporate Services.
Deputy Directors, you can start with Agnes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Agnes Karingo, Deputy Director, Education and Public Awareness.
Minor.
Good morning. My name is Henry Maina, Deputy Director, Research, Strategy and Policy. Thank you.
Eric.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nelly Chepngetich, Deputy Director, Planning and Quality Assurance.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lindsay Kipkemoi, Deputy Director, Enforcement. Thank you.
Martin.
Good morning, all. My name is Martin Luther from Enforcement.
He's our regional manager, Nairobi. He's the one who is going to enforce intellectual property in Nairobi County. And which other counties?
We have Machakos.
Yes.
We also have Thika.
Kajiado. Yes.
All that.
Thank you. Tupige makofi. Elena.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elena Mrari, Regional Manager in charge of the First Province.
the former Coast Province. So
Yes,
she's the
the
one
first
in charge of our ports of,
Mombasa.
Mombasa and Lamu.
Yes.
Tupigie makofi. Casper.
Morning, everyone. My name is Caspar Oluoch. I'm the head of IPR Recordation and Compliance. Thank you.
And you see the way he is tall? He is always up there trying to make our things work. Thank you very much, Casper. Thank you. Then we can have, yes, we can have Rachel.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rachel Motesia. I'm in the Recordation Department.
Faith.
Good morning. My name is Faith Njoroge from the Research Department.
Munguti. Barbara.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Barbara Munguti, Senior Legal Officer, ACA.
Thank you, Barbara. And they are rapporteuring. And finally, we have my secretary.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Judy Motuko. I'm the Office Administrator at the CEO's office.
Tuwapigie makofi. So that is the team that has made possible this event, and we appreciate all of them. And once again, karibuni, and we hope that to have a better conclusion for this event. I take back the program to Angela. Angela has been my boss as well. Tupigie makofi, she's doing a great job. Asante sana, Angela. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you so much. So now that we know very well our hosts today, we shall proceed to the speakers. I understand Elzbieta is online. So Elzbieta Gladowska from Motion Pictures Association, kindly go ahead and give us your presentation. Yes, we can.
Perfect. I think I will display my presentation here.
Just hold on. Maybe we need to have the, we need to be able to switch to Zoom so we can be able to see you. Maybe the technical team. Yeah. There we go. Please go ahead.
I just shared my screen. I hope you see my presentation.
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. So thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to speak to you. And the purpose of my presentation will be to present what is MPA, Motion Picture Association, and what we do in terms of copyright protection. So the Motion Picture Association, our members are 6 big production studios like Paramount, Sony, Netflix, Warner Bros, Universal, and Disney. And those studios produce movies and series that oftentimes are illegally distributed online via pirate services. So whenever you see, like infringing services like Pirate Bay or Gnula, those are illegal sources, and they distribute our members' content without authorization, which is basically stealing of intellectual property rights. So, I would just like to explain what we do about this, how we counteract this copyright infringement online, and what kind of legal framework we are based on, and I also would like to tell you about the cooperation with ISP, and by ISP I mean Internet Service Providers. So basically like Safaricom in Kenya.
Sorry, maybe Elzbieta, maybe if you could put the presentation in the presentation mode so we can see the whole screen from your end. Are you able to switch the view? Like the slideshow, yeah, or
Can you see now?
the presentation mode. Okay, it's okay. Just go ahead. It's fine.
Yes. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Perfect. So this map presents you the countries where MPA is active. So we do the site blocking all over the world. So we are present mostly in Europe, but also in Asia, India, Australia, in South America, Canada, and we would like to be very present in Africa, of course. But injunction against Safaricom to block copyright infringing websites by blocking in Kenya as well. So when you look at this map, you can probably think that this is a lot of work to coordinate this strategy because we really are doing this site blocking activities all over the world. So I'd like to know, I'd like to tell you what motivates us to carry on this work. First of all, we really care about supporting creative industry. As you mentioned before, the presenter before me, this is real money that is stolen from creative industry, from the movies that are made, the lost jobs. So we really protect copyright to preserve this income for movie industry and to create jobs and create workplaces for people around the world in the creative industry. And to do that, we need a global solution to combat online infringement because the online environment is very dynamic. So to tackle this problem in its entirety, we really need a global strategy for that. We also want to raise the public awareness of copyright infringement and steer the public towards legal offer because there are plenty of legal streaming platforms and they are not so expensive. So it's better that the public knows that this is really a copyright infringement when they look at the movie on illegal pirate websites. So you might ask, so what is your process actually look like? Well, it contains 3 steps, starting from targeting via evidencing and then blocking of infringing websites. So imagine this process as starting from the target. So this square, malicious square, represents like an infringing pirate site that we detect. And when we find that it's a very popular site in the country and it contains infringing material, so it displays movies without authorization, we then decide that it's a suitable target for blocking and we move to a documentation phase. So what is this documentation phase? We document copyright infringement on the website in order to file a court application. So for the court to order the blocking of this website. So in this phase, we work with local lawyers that help us to draft a site blocking claim and gather evidence. Those local lawyers, they know the local copyright law, and therefore we rely on their expertise. The next step, after collecting all the evidence and when we have the site blocking claim written, is to file a site blocking case before the court. Usually we go via civil procedure. The next step is actual blocking. So the local court rules on the basis of national copyright law and orders internet service providers, such as for example Safaricom, the blocking. This order is enforced within a few days. We then ask Google to additionally delete those blocked sites. Oh, sorry for that, my colleague that is in another conference. As you can see from this slide, the traffic to blocked sites decrease. So whenever the court ordered a block, the people, they don't log into the website anymore. So we observe that less and less people actually watch movies, illegal movies online, which means that our strategy is very effective. I would like
Thank you so much, Zabita. If we could kindly ask you to just stay online, the question and answer is going to come after the panel session, so that if there are any questions for you, you should be able to answer. But thank you for the very insightful presentation. I think a round of applause for Zabita, kindly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to have a slight switch for the presentations. The next speaker will be Alison Magis, from the head of IP Commercial Section, IP for Business Division, WIPO. So she's going to be joining us online as well. Alison.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I assume you're able to hear me, so let me go ahead and get started. First of all, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the introduction and the kind invitation to participate on this panel. There's no question that intangibles like intellectual property, software, trade secrets, they'll make up a significant amount of the value in our society. So for example, in terms of the value of companies, one study suggests that intangibles make up
Wow, excellent. A round of applause, please. I think I was writing notes as if I was in a master class, so thank you so much, Alison. That was really, really, really insightful. So I think just what Alison has mentioned, that WIPO is going to have an expert group of IP valuation and also connect the interested party with valuation experts. I think that's really critical, because when we're talking about commercialization, we need to ensure that we know how to value our IP. And as she mentioned, it can be very difficult. So I'm happy that WIPO will be giving us some assistance there. So we'll go now to our third speaker, who is here with us, Ms. Abie Wassouf, the Global Anti-Counterfeit Council from Danfoss, Germany. So a round of applause as she comes, please.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Abir Wassouf. I am the Global Anti-Counterfeit Council for Danfoss. I'm based in Germany, in Hamburg, and I came all the way to attend the ACA conference. First of all, I would like to thank the ACA management and congratulate them on the first conference. And I believe this is really a great step forward in cooperation with the brand owners and the brand owners, service providers, and the government. I'm going to speak today about the look at the IP assets and IP protection from different lenses. So I'm going to speak about how IP protection can affect our economy, safety, and investment in each country. First of all, I would like, next please. First of all, I would like to introduce myself properly. I climbed Kilimanjaro in 2018, so you can tell how much I love Africa, and it means a lot to me. I was as well awarded by Danfoss in 2020, when the pandemic, as a frontline passion behavior ambassador. In 2019, I was one of the 5 people who were awarded in Danfoss who walked extra mile. They call it extra mile walking for Danfoss. Next, please. I was awarded as well by Dubai and Abu Dhabi Customs as a woman fighting counterfeit in the MENA region. Of course, women in IP everywhere now, governments and international body, they are awarding and they are encouraging women to be involved in IP. Next, please. I think there is missing from the top. So anyways, the protection of IP is key for, it's a circle for all the investment and business growth. So if there is no IP protection, there is no sales in our companies, let's say, and other brand owners, and there is no sales, no growth, and no investment in the country. Next, please. I think you need to little bit make the full slide.
Small technical hitch, apologies. IT, are we able to put up the presentation?
Thank
there we
you.
go.
Yeah, thank you. So I have an example of in our company, the connection, the impact of IP protection to the business growth. So in the MENA region, after we start the program, we grow 25% in 2019. In UAE, as a result of the continuous rates and continuous support from the government and from the law enforcement authorities, we grow 11% as well in 2019. I'll give you the other side of the coin. For example, Nigeria is a high priority country as well for us, great business opportunities, but unfortunately the IP enforcement and protection is really, really challenging. And I spent so much time and efforts, and we spent a lot of money trying to enforce our rights, but unfortunately it was not that successful. We had as an example, we had a office in Nigeria, we closed it, and we moved outside the country, unfortunately. But now we are looking into more ways to start our program again. Next, please. I want to speak about the IP protection cannot be successful without the cooperation between the private. I believe such conferences is really, really important. At the end of the day, it's a win-win situation. We protect our rights, we grow in the country, we add value to the country in business growth, in employment, in opening offices. At the same time, the authority or law enforcement authority, they protect the safety, health and safety and environment in the country, and contribute to the investment of the brand owners or the companies. So I think it's one of the key is to communicate with each other, to try to see how we can support the law enforcement authorities and how they can support us back, of course. So this will increase our brand value, will have the quality of the products and the standard of the genuine products will be available for everyone. In terms of safety, health and safety, safe country, of course. I have in my presentation few examples of the accident that happened because of I cannot say fake products, but low standard products. Of course, business growth. My colleague in this conference spoke a lot about the economic growth and the effect of counterfeit on employment, on everything that is so negative to the society and the economy. Next, please. The IP, protecting IP assets, as I said, the relationship between the law enforcement authorities and the right holders is a key. I believe that awareness is a very, very, very important aspect. I am someone who believes that IP awareness should be started from school. I believe that teaching the kids about IP, about the danger of counterfeits on the health, safety, economy, tax as well. A lot of aspects of IP, I think it should be taught in school. I have worked on a project with Dubai Police where I am a board member in BBG, which is a non-profitable organization. We lobby with governments and we raise awareness of the IP. We did some awareness campaigns with Dubai Police and Dubai Customs. So we go to schools and start to teach kids about IP, and I think they are the new generation, they are the young people who will map our future. So if we give them awareness about IP, they might be in the future no manufacturing of counterfeit products. Of course, training is very important. I personally travel around the globe and give training to law enforcement authorities about our products and about how to differentiate and at least to raise awareness of our brand. Because I can see that our brand is not really as attractive as, let's say, the luxury brands or the Netflix, but Danfoss is a major player in the globally in the cooling industry and in the energy efficiency industry as well. Of course, continuous support. We are keen to come and travel and have face-to-face meetings with authorities. And we openly speak about challenges, because if we don't communicate with each other, nothing will happen. So we always need to look at the problem in a result-oriented mindset, not only challenges. Transparency, of course, and of course this will lead to a strong enforcement, and fight corruption as well. When we all put our hands with the law enforcement authorities, we can make a difference. I will move to the health and safety. Just a small example, since Danfoss is in the cooling industry, can you imagine the cold chain, we call it, which is cold chain from the manufacturing of medicine and, let's say, medicine or food, from the manufacturing to the consumer. How many steps these products has to be kept in a specific cold temperature. Can you imagine one of these stages that the products are not good and the cold chain is broken? So this is really, really, really important, specifically for COVID, for example. COVID vaccine needed a specific cold temperature, and I believe only the registered, yesterday our colleague said the number of people, I think 150,000 person died from fake medicine or bad medicine, but I think this is only the registered one. We did a study in Nigeria about with the farmers. 60% of the vegetables that was produced in Nigeria was ruined because of the unavailable or the bad cold rooms. Next, please. Again, health and safety. As I said to you, there is waste of food, $310 billion in the developing countries. This amount, all of this loss is mainly one of the reasons, of course, the cooling facilities
Good
are
morning.
not available.
My name is
or they
Craig
are
White, and
available,
for the
but
next
they are
20
using
minutes or
fake
so,
products.
I'm going to share
This
with you some
amount actually
thoughts
feed
about
half of
IP
the world
valuation
population.
and
Can
how
you
it's come up
imagine? And we
in my
have a
practice.
food
It's
crisis.
an
We
honor to
have
be included in
resources
this
crisis in the
symposium
world.
on intellectual
So
property
if we
protection and
really fight
enforcement.
counterfeit
You
stop
have a
this
very
at
distinguished
least
panel,
on our
and
daily
I think
job,
it
that
looks
would
like
be that we can make an impact. I believe that we all come to our job, our work every morning, and I know that we can all make difference. The customs officer in the port, or the person who's sitting even lodging complaints for counterfeit products, they can all contribute. And your work doesn't stop in your day-to-day work. When the brand owners in different countries look at certain country and say, this country is great in protecting IP, the word will spread, and people will really be encouraged to come and invest in the country that protect IP. At the same time, we are saving our kids' future. So can you imagine now the loss of food in the world, that at this moment, what's going to happen in the future? Next, please. Next, please. This is one example of I cannot say counterfeit, but faulty thermostat in the freezer that caused the London fire a few years ago, where 79 people died. Of course, nothing mentioned about fake products, but at the same time, let's put 20% that this thermostat was fake. It needs really a great attention from our side. Next, please. I believe we are here responsible. We are all IP professional. We are private sector and law enforcement authorities are here. I would like to thank you all for contributing, and I would like to ask you to contribute more and think every day how you can contribute even in baby steps to protect, whether if you are a customer or if you are a law enforcement authorities or you are brand owner. And this is all from my side. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Kindly take a seat there because we'll be having a question and answer after the panel. So kindly join us there. And thank you so much for coming all the way from Germany. I think, let's give her another round of applause, please. And Ms. Wassef has actually given us a challenge that we all need to take responsibility and contribute. So I think that's what we'll be able to take home. The food losses, half of the population, world's population, can feed half of the world's population. I think that's a challenge that we need to take. Thank you so much, Ms. Wassef. So we'll go straight to the panel and try to be as brief as possible in this panel session, where we're going to just discuss IP commercialization and just individual experiences. And to begin with, just on my immediate left is Waithera Chege, also called Waithera, a performing singer, songwriter, and I think there's a small clip supposed to be played as we introduce her, and she's part of the Vocali band. So if you look at the screens right now, I'm sure most of you have had the music. Can we have some sound there? I'm sure you can see her there. Every time I see you, my love, I want you. My love, I need you. Every time I see you, every time I see you. Let's get on stage and sing for us a bit.
Hii ni rumba ya vijana. Sisi kuonana. Usiogope, nipe macho yako ana kwa ana. Hata kama ni mara ya kwanza sisi kuonana. Usiogope, nipe macho yako ana kwa ana.
Wonderful.
Ngoma zalia nami nataka kucheza. Kucha kutwa nitazoea kesha. Sakata rumba achilia pesha. Tutacheza hata kama tuna pesa. Ngoma zalia nami nataka kucheza. Kucha kutwa nitazoea kesha. Sakata rumba achilia pesha. Hatujui kama tutaonana tena.
Wonderful, wonderful. A round of applause, everyone. As you can see, all work and no play. We have the creative industry. We see what IP is all about, and we're here to actually celebrate creativity. Thank you so much, Waithera. I think that was excellent.
Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. We also have next to her Miss Naomi, who's from the Women in IP, and she'll be able to introduce herself. And I'd like to call up on stage as well, Alex Omanga, Legal Counsel from the Kenya Copyright Board. Alex, please come up so we can be able to begin our session. So, thank you, Alex. So with this panel, we just want to be able to discuss, we're going to have the panelists introducing themselves, and their individual or the mandates of where they work, the mechanisms that they employ to be able to value their IP, how the IP valuation has been used to benefit them and for the government, the country, and what challenges and strategies can be used to conduct IP valuation of a brand. So we'll begin with our celebrity right here. Waidera, kindly to go ahead.
Morning, everyone. As Angela has mentioned, my name is Waidera Chege, but on stage I go by the name Waidera with a Y. And I'm a performer, a singer-songwriter, and a music entrepreneur. And as you've seen on the screen, I work with a group of 6 very diverse artists known as Wanavokali. Together we have a company known as Wanavokali Entertainment Limited, where we offer services such as songs like this, music releases, live performances. We work with corporates as well. We songwrite for advertisements and jingles, etc., etc. Yes.
I guess we can all just introduce ourselves briefly and then we can, yes.
Good morning. My name is Naomi Nganga. I'm a woman who wears many hats. But today, I'm putting on my fashionpreneur hat. I'm very passionate about fashion. I love dressing women to feel beautiful and to feel confident through my brand known as Styled by Naomi. I'm also passionate about on empowering young youths from very vulnerable places. Through my fashion academy, I teach them fashion skills so that they can also be able to change and impact their lives in different ways. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to be here, Angela.
Thank you, Naomi. Alex?
Thank you, Angela. My name is Alex Omanga. I am a legal counsel at the Kenya Corporate Board. The Kenya Corporate Board is in charge of one of the key branches of intellectual property, which is copyright and related rights. Among the things we do is general administration and enforcement of copyright. So this is a timely engagement we're having here to talk about infringement of IP.
Thank you so much, Alex. So, Alex, since you have the floor, kindly do go ahead and tell us what the mechanisms that Kekobo has employed in the valuation of IP and how IP valuation has been beneficial to the country.
Very well, thank you, Angela. So, first of all, the discourse on IP asset valuation has to begin with understanding what is IP asset. What do you consider as an entity? What is your IP asset? So your IP asset will be constituted of all the intellectual property assets an entity may be having. For example, you can have your copyright and related rights. You can have your industrial designs. You can have your patents and so many others. Now, we are having a discussion on how we can commercialize the IP assets, but commercializing cannot be discussed in isolation from knowing what is the value of the IP asset. For that reason, there is need that the creatives who create their IP assets and who have them, and the various entities who claim to have an IP portfolio, first of all, they have to be able to distinguish a specific IP asset, be identifiable, attach a value to it, then you can be able to move to the next step of even using it as collateral for security. So for the Kenya Corporate Board, what we're doing is that we are getting enhanced means of exploitation of copyright and related rights. We are in the process of amending the Kenya Corporate Act, and one of the things we are considering is that there should be some means of getting some kind of compensation if your IP or your copyright and related right has been infringed. And we are encouraging the creatives to register their copyright and related rights, because when you have proof of registration, it is easier to exploit it. It is easier to attach a value to it, as opposed to leaving it generally, much as we know that generally copyright and related rights does not need to be registered. You don't claim entitlement to it because you've registered it, but it is because you've created it. But again, when it comes to commercializing the same, you need to have it registered such that even as you talk of what is your IP asset, then you can say, yeah, this is the proof of the IP asset, courtesy of registration, or courtesy of a license, or courtesy of an assignment. So partly those are the efforts you're doing. You want creatives to understand that for you to attach a value to your copyright and written right, first of all, you need to register it, much as we don't say that you're going to be entitled to it because of registration only.
Thank you so much. I believe the rights holders here have heard. So we'll go next to Waithera. Kindly give us your journey and the challenges, highs and lows, just generally, for us to understand more of how you have commercialized your music.
I'll start by saying my journey began, like many musicians and creatives, by discovering that I had a passion for singing and I had a talent for it. And in my mind at the time, this must have been probably in high school, because I was a shy child. I wasn't singing much in the house. I started singing when I was in high school, and I was lucky enough to join a public school that celebrated the arts. So I would attend the music festivals and sing in the school. So they really nurtured my talent for singing at the moment. And my idea for music was going into studio to record music, performing and becoming a star, and instantly becoming wealthy. But as we know, that's not the case. So quick fast forward, I joined university, and I still wanted to pursue music. So my parents graciously accepted. They told me, as long as I had good grades, you continue and do your music. And so I joined a talent development program known as Sauti Academy, where I did that for 1 year. And we got to learn about songwriting, performance, and briefly about music business. This was in 2012, and that was the first time I had ever interacted with the word IP. And I think for most of us musicians, we tend to lean so much heavily on the creative side that we don't focus on the business side. So to me, the term IP was this very big mammoth of a thing that I didn't understand, and so I didn't pay a lot of mind to it until actually maybe just 4 years ago. So I started my music career actively in 2014. This was in my final year of university. I was releasing music, and I got now my first interaction with copyright infringement at this point. I had released a song, and a Nigerian company, a film company, approached me to be able to use that song in their film. And at the time, I didn't know that there was such a thing known as licensing or synchronization licensing, where you lend your song to someone to put it on film or an ad in a video format, and then you can earn money from it. I had no idea about that. So I submitted my music. I don't even think we had a discussion about compensation or anything of the sort. And the film appeared on YouTube, and then a year later, it got picked up by Netflix. And this was in 2016. I had no idea I was supposed to be earning from that, because they gave me a moral credit. They said, song by Waithera Chege. And because I was getting visibility, I was happy with that. I didn't know. Fast forward from 2016, I continued pursuing music as a live music performer, because in music, I think we believe the only way you can earn money from music is by performing on stage and being paid for it. Yes, it's a big income earner, but it's not the only way. So I continued releasing my music and performing, and at this point, I also became a background vocalist for many artists. So in 2018, I auditioned for a tour by Safaricom called Safaricom Twaweza Live, and I was taken in as a background vocalist, and we would perform for various artists, all the best of the best artists in Kenya, and we toured several counties. And this is where I met the 6 beautiful people on screen that you've seen there, known as Wana Vokali. So from there, yes, there, youthful, beautiful faces. So we met in 2018 at the Safaricom Twaweza live show, and from there we decided we wanted to create broader opportunities for ourselves within the music industry. So 2 months after forming the group, we auditioned for an international competition in South Africa known as the Old Mutual Amazing Voices. Luckily enough, we were picked up. We represented Kenya in the competition in Johannesburg, and we won. But we were competing against teams from Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, and Zimbabwe, and Kenya emerged as the winner, which was a very, very big win for us. And we won a large sum of money that now in 2020, during the COVID time, is what enabled us to be able to create this beautiful music that you see on screen. So it's been quite a journey, and last year is when we were able to register our company. Having said all that, there are some challenges that we do face as musicians, and especially now with IP. I think there is a knowledge gap, a slight knowledge gap, where we as artists, we should do our due diligence when we enter into the industry to be able to understand how we can make money from not just live performances, but from our copyrights, because as artists in music, we mainly focus on the copyright. So ourselves as a band, as an organization, what we're doing now is investing in knowledge on IP, so that we can be able to understand how to commercialize our music. And we are also increasing our IP assets, which in this case is our music. There is a term that Naomi and I learned in another IP forum, where they were saying IP ni kama shamba yako. It is your property, it is your small parcel of land, and you should till it and grow it and protect it. And so for artists, it's important for us to be able to, in order to protect our rights, we actually have to understand that we do have rights to protect. And aside from that, what we're also doing is registering with relevant bodies, which is the performance rights organizations, whether here or internationally, the collective management organizations, and of course registering our copyrights with the copyright board so that we can be able to earn royalties from the music we are creating. Yeah, so those are the sort of mechanisms we're putting in place to be able to earn money from our music.
Wow, excellent. And it's always very encouraging when we hear real stories and their journeys. So I think that deserves a round of applause, please. I think that's really encouraging. Thank you so much for sharing your story. I think now we'll go to Naomi. Kindly also just share what your experience has been briefly, and just tell us what you think about commercialization in the fashion industry and just generally your experience.
All right, so I think my story is not so different from Waithera. As creatives, we always start from a point of passion, you know? And for me, I remember when I started my fashion line is because I was a young girl. I was around 24, 25, around there. I was in the entertainment industry. I was an actress. I was a radio presenter. And I used to get all these invites to go to red carpets. And whenever I used to go to shop, because I was as well blessed at that age. So whenever I used to go to shop, to supermarkets, I used to be taken to maternity side. And I'm like, I'm only 24. I'm just looking for something stylish. But they used to take me to the maternity side. And I got tired of that. And I decided, how can I start making my own clothes? And so I got my first tailor, and I started now designing my own clothes by myself. And whenever I used to dress, then people would ask me, hey, Naomi, you look so nice. Where did you get that dress? And I was like, I make it. And that is how I came up with my fashion line, known as Style by Naomi. Now, as usual, I started my business blindly, clearly, out of fashion. And I remember during that time, when I was about to register, I went to town, to a cyber cafe, to tell them to make me like a logo, and a business name. And they did, and I paid them like 2,000, and that was it. So after a few years, my brand started growing. I started dressing celebrities, being called for international fashion shows. And this guy who made my logo appeared after like 5 years and said, do not have credentials to your logo. And I want to start a business with your name and with the logo. So I was quite shaken because I didn't know what do I do? And that's now I talked, my brother referred me to a lawyer, and we started now working around it to see how we can salvage now the brand and the company. And that's when my lawyer introduced me now to a Kikobo, and they started enlightening me about, IP, intellectual property, trademarking your business. And I'm still in the process, and I'm learning a lot. But I think the biggest gap is, like Waithera said, is awareness. I think Kikobo should really emphasize on creating awareness in schools, in universities, just how important IP is for entrepreneurs, for SMEs, for startup. I feel if I had this information way before, there's somewhere I could access it. If I had the knowledge about it, I could have saved a lot of money because I used a lot of money to save the brand. So training and awareness is really key. Really, really key. I don't know how we can just collaborate also with the government to make sure, like you said, even from schools, from schools, how we can really share this information widely. Yeah.
Very nice. I think, yes. I think CEO, ACA, that's a challenge for you. I think maybe you can get your counterparts at the CEOs of Kekobo and Kipi and have a sensitization where Kekobo deals with copyright, Kipi deals with the industrial property aspect of it, and ACA comes in to enforce on your rights. So very critical. Oh, wonderful. So I think I will open this up to the audience for quick questions. Remember, we also have online. I hope we still have online Elzabita, who was giving us an overview and very important points, especially towards website blocking, something that I think also ACA can follow up on, a very critical aspect of enforcement that we need to have, as Kekobo as well.
Yeah, before we do the Q&A, very quickly, because we have a guest who is constrained of time, let's just allow them to do their presentation. In 10 minutes, they're joining us online, and then we can take the questions before we head over for tea. And this is to speak on the IP utilization and exploitation. Ms. Andrea Rossi, the IPO Office UK on consumer campaigns for IP enforcement. Ms. Andrea, if you can hear us, you have 10 minutes. All right.
The presentation on consumer campaigns. So I'll just share my screen. Okay. So, good morning, everybody. My name is Chelsea Jones. As I said, I'm a Senior Policy Advisor for the UK IPO Enforcement Team. Firstly, thank you very much for inviting me to speak today. I'll just give you a brief background as to myself to begin. I've worked for the IPO for 8 years, and in previous roles, I've worked in various communications functions. That includes social media management, internal communications, and campaigns. I joined the enforcement team last year to help develop consumer campaigns to reduce IP crime and infringement, as promised in the IPO counter-infringement strategy. So the counter-infringement strategy was launched in February 2022 and has 3 core themes, which are partnership, leadership, and education. So as part of the education strand, we committed to helping consumers identify and report infringing goods, helping them understand the benefits of buying genuine products and the wider harms of buying infringing products. And we promised to support businesses to understand and protect their IP. To do this, it was identified that we needed to engage with industry partners to build on our evidence and work with those partners to develop effective and impactful campaigns in order to help consumers understand what constitutes as IP crime and infringement on social media particularly, and when they may unknowingly become involved in infringing activity. So regarding campaigns, it was very important for us to work backwards and start by thinking of the evaluation. So we decided at first what success would look like for us and use that to come up with an overarching objective for our work, which was to dissuade consumers from purchasing or infringing products or services by educating them on the risks and impacts of IP crime, and to develop a better understanding of how we can use messaging to influence their behaviour. So in our first year, we used both IPO and external evidence, as well as stakeholder insight, to identify what sectors we would target in those campaigns. So examples of that evidence would be the IPO, our own counterfeit goods research, research from partners such as Electrical Safety First and the British Toy and Hobby Association, for example. And apart from those reports, we also rely on guidance from our law enforcement partners and members of the IP Crime Group, which is a group that we host at the IPO, made up of industry partners and some brands who can provide us with really good insight into different sectors. So once this has been reviewed, we decided last year on 4 small-scale campaigns on counterfeit electrical goods, counterfeit football shirts, counterfeit toys, and a regional campaign targeting the Cheetham Hill area of Manchester, which
Sorry, can we, because we can't see, the slides are not moving, so if possible, you're able to reshare or share it on slideshow mode or, yeah, presentation mode.
Sorry, okay. Okay, sorry about this, give me 2 seconds.
No worries, no worries.
Oh, I seem to be having some
It's okay.
difficulties in
We'll follow what you're telling us, no worries.
Okay, sorry about that. There's not much on the slides anyway. It's just some imagery basically and just some bullet points to cover what I'm saying. But what I can do is always share the slide pack afterwards if anybody wanted to take a look after.
Thank you, thank you.
Sorry. Okay, so I'm just going to cover the 4 campaigns that I mentioned now, starting with the counterfeit toy campaign, which was the first to launch in the UK. So it was planned completely in-house at the IPO, and we created this alongside the British Toy and Hobby Association, as I previously mentioned, and delivered our message through the UK's biggest parenting review website called Made for Mums. Ideally, we would have liked to have had some large toy brands on board to support the campaign, but historically they're quite nervous to address the problem publicly, anticipating maybe a loss of sales, something like that. But after some research, we found that Made for Mums gets around 1.5 million views on its toy content each year and has over 100,000 followers on its social media channels. So working alongside them, our in-house design team created a visual pack, ensuring it kept in line with the Made for Mum website guidelines and resonated with our target audience, which was parents and guardians. And the campaign went live in October 2022. For such a low cost, the campaign delivered some impressive numbers, reaching, I think, over 2 million people. 2 million people on social media, and then 10,000 website views as well. The article that we drafted alongside the Toy and Hobby Association achieved a dwell time of 4 minutes, which doubled the Made for Mums benchmark of 2 minutes and 7 seconds, which showed there was a clear synergy between content we created and the platform users. A big success for the team internally, however, was that it was the first piece of work we'd managed to get the British Toy and Hobby Association to support us with publicly. So that was a big achievement for us. It didn't all go as planned though. We sent some counterfeit toys to be tested in the hope that we could use those results as more evidence to back up the campaign message. But unbelievably, they actually passed which we did not expect. And that was even though one toy was a cosmetic kit and it had actual makeup and a glass mirror, which was actually made of glass when it shouldn't have been. But this was a lesson learned, and it taught us that we need to maybe learn a bit more about the testing process and the different categories beforehand next time. So next up then was our football shirts campaign, our counterfeit football shirts campaign, which was to coincide with the FIFA World Cup last year. It was the first campaign that we produced, which was led by a marketing agency, and we worked alongside a company called Hitch Marketing to produce an innovative content strategy, which included our first stab at influencer marketing, using a social media influencer to address the right target audience, which for this campaign was males aged between 18 to 30. Research was undertaken which drew around counterfeit football goods, particularly which social scoping. And from there, Hitchmark influencer-led YouTube video, which featured a fake Harry Kane, who was the England captain at the time. Alongside the creative, we also engaged the Police Intellectual Property Crime Unit, who we call PIPCU, to organise police raids, which seized, I think, £500,000 worth of counterfeit football shirts in the UK in the days leading up to the World Cup. And those raids got a huge amount of coverage in the UK press and featured on websites such as BBC, ITV and Sky News. The social media activity gained over 5 million impressions, and the YouTube video had over 18,000 views, going back, I think, to maybe November last year. And that was a great success. But I think another great achievement for us was actually the online discussion that the video prompted in the comments section of YouTube, which allowed us to capture a range of opinions from our target audience, some positive, some negative, but more positive than we anticipated. And we're very proud actually that that campaign has been shortlisted for an award in the UK. So next up is the Counterfeit Electricals campaign, which was our Christmas campaign last year, and it was called Don't Blow Christmas. So this was another agency-led campaign, this time by a company called Barley Communications, where we targeted 18 to 35-year-olds who were at risk of purchasing counterfeit goods at Christmas. So using our counterfeit goods research for this one, Barley Communications created a really engaging suite of social media content, including 4 more influencer videos, each delivering the same message that counterfeit goods are obviously bad and are a risk to the consumer, but for different reasons. So one video focused on the ethical implications of counterfeits, which is kind of like the working conditions and that stuff. One was the cost of living crisis at the moment, which, picked up on the fact that counterfeit goods are cheaper, but addressed that that doesn't always mean better.
All right.
The danger and unreliability of counterfeit products. And this content gained 6 million impressions, 700,000 coming from the influencer activity.
Kenzie, you have a minute.
So Barney, okay, thank you. So lastly then was our Manchester campaign, which was targeting an area in the UK called Sheepton Hill, which is known as the counterfeit capital of the UK and is notorious for illegal trade. So this one was slightly different and is ongoing, as it used physical advertising as well as digital, and the campaign resulted in a 57% increase in reports relating to counterfeit goods, and reached over 7 million people across Manchester. So as I said, that's ongoing, but basically just looking back to evaluation to finish off, following last year's activity, we've worked with our corporate campaigns team to produce an evaluation recommendations pack, which will help us refine this year's approach, and using those recommendations and a dedicated piece of research around the subject, we're now developing one major campaign which will focus on counterfeit beauty and hygiene products.
Thank you very much, Kenzie. Once more, let's appreciate Kenzie. Thank you very much for your submissions this morning. We want to take questions. Of course, we have had a very big panel. Madeleine made a presentation. We have Elzbieta, Abia Wasuf. Alison also made a presentation. We have Naomi, we have Waidera, we have Alex Omanga. So if you have a question, shoot. Question one.
Madeleine, kindly make your way to the panel, to the front.
Where's
please.
Madeleine? Yeah, Madeleine, go back there. I need a mic on this side. There's one question there, there's another here, there's another there. So we're going to take those 4 questions before we do the second round. I want us to, okay, I'll come to you in the second round. So we start with who? You. Make your question as brief as possible.
Thank you very much. My name is Fred Wakimani from the Kenya School of Law. Mine is more of a contribution. As we talk of commercialization, valuation of IP, I think there is one key component that is missing, which is the securitization of intellectual property. In 2017, the Movable Property Security Rights Act was enacted, and it provides for the use of movables as security. And it defines movables as intangible as well as tangible, and that also includes intellectual property. So ideally, probably alluding to what Madam Waidera mentioned in terms of awareness, I think there is also lack of awareness in terms of this act, because it provides a framework for how you can use your intellectual property as security, and therefore allowing you to access financing. So in addition to valuation, of course, which is very key, there's also the aspect of due diligence, which now this act provides a framework whereby you can be able to register your intellectual property as a security right, which of course enhances financiers, banks, investors to be able to do due diligence before they can now come to a decision as to whether to lend you money. So mine was just to bring that out, because I've seen that it has not been mentioned. Therefore, we also need to make people aware of the MPSR and how it can also be used by creators, inventors, to be able to utilize the intellectual property and be able to access financing.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution. The second question was where? Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, and thanks for the panel discussions. So mine was also, Crystal from AKM Advocates. So mine was to reiterate actually what Angela said and the gentleman before me,
Okay.
which was really to have had other regulators, IP regulators on that on the panel, just to emphasize and also to discuss on intellectual property rights, because if I'm not wrong, there was actually a draft amendment that had been proposed to the Trademarks Act on hypothecation, which was actually to discuss, or rather to include, the aspect of trademark as an actual asset that can be used for security. So mine is really just to reiterate that. It would have been nice to have them like Kipi, Kefis on the panel just to answer. Yeah.
All right, understood. Yes, yeah.
Mine is to Waidera and Naomi. A lot of respect for your art. My question goes to what is the methodology for the valuation of your designs, your music? I'd want to understand that in the Kenyan context, because we've heard about what Alison was talking about, but I'd want to understand in the Kenyan context. Waidera also mentioned she worked with Safaricom. If in case you do produce within the program of Safaricom, does that have an impact on IP? Do they have rights on IP? Then finally, there's this Kaveve Kazoze, the viral lady, yeah? And I want to understand how fast is it to do this valuation and to get to commercialization, and especially with TikTok.
The song of Eve.
Yes, how fast is it? Because even in their design, it's a very dynamic industry, and
Yeah.
I would want to get more elaboration. in
So,
the
Waithera,
Kenya.
you've noted the question on the Kaveve Kazoze. You will, you will
Was
answer
that
that
for me?
question in a bit. We have the fourth question. Go ahead.
Yes, sorry, mine is an observation
Okay.
from the discussion. My name is Wairioko Joseph from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and an IP enthusiast. From the knowledge gap that has been raised, and this has been attributed to a lack of awareness, I wonder what we can do, because right now we are enjoying advanced technology.
Oh. So, yeah, there's a spare mic on that end. Or it's the Kaveve Kazoze that has
Yes,
done
thank
that
you
to the mic, yeah?
for that. So I am saying that we are at an era where we are having advanced technology, which should make it easier for us to access information. But now this information seems that since this is a technical field, the information is not getting to the people, and therefore, as a country, I know that we are rolling out the competence-based curriculum, and this is the best time to introduce this subject matter at a very early stage, so that it comes all the way, so that we can be able to exploit the IP. At the same time, every year there is a lot of IPs that are expiring in terms of the time that they have been protected. For medicine, we had yesterday that it is 15 years. For trademark and patent, it's 20 years. This information is with the custodian, the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, for example. But then how many people know about this, so that they can be able to access this information, see what can be advanced, so that they engage in research and development, and then exploit these that are available, instead of infringing against those that are protected currently. I
All
submit.
right. Thank you very much. Angela, I know you've been even at the music copyright, so probably you can talk about the incorporation of CBC, IP into CBC. But before we do that, Waithera and Naomi, two questions directed to both of you.
Okay, thank you for your questions. I'll start with the Safaricom question. I'm not sure if you are asking how to work with them with our recorded music, but I would say this. We worked with them in our capacity as background vocalist, and that was a work for hire agreement. So they call you and they pay you for your work, that's it. But however, maybe moving forward, working with corporates, there are various ways you can work with them. For example, I had mentioned the synchronization licenses. If you have existing music, you can lend your music to a corporate, maybe to use in an advertisement or any media that syncs our audio and their visual, and they pay you for that. Secondly, there's also the commissioning, where they can commission you to do a song for their project. And maybe, Angela, you can correct me, but we also learned this recently, that he who commissions is the one who owns the product. So if Safaricom approaches us and they ask us to create a song for them, they're the ones who will own the copyright for that song. Yes. Secondly, about valuation, like the lady from WIPO said, there really is no framework for valuation. But I think the way the music industry works is the more you produce, the more assets you have, which is typically your music, the higher you're valued. And also that is vis-a-vis against the amount of listenership you bring in, against the amount of viewership that the products attract.
Yes. Kaveve Kazoze.
Sorry, I didn't get that question.
About how they can
Maybe you'd
monetize
have
it?
to repeat that.
Yeah, I think it was around the question of monetization. I think you've seen how, short clips are being cut and spread around. How do they monetize that? Ama nimpe kuulize tena ndio uelewe. Sawa.
Morris wants to answer that question. I think you can pass the microphone to him.
My question is really, by the time she gets to commercialize or evaluate this Kaveve Kazoze, the viral nature of her IP will have expired. So how do you remedy that? Or does that now just, it's now free for all? Or how does TikTok work with these artists so that at least even if it has already stopped being the fashionable thing, how do it?
That's largely a legal question, right? So, yeah, I'll give it to you. You can respond. I'm sure, Angela, you too, being a lawyer, you have a response to that, right?
Yes, yes. I can respond to the TikTok issue, which is, of course, even a global issue. But they are licensed globally, especially by the majors. But locally here, because you asked it in a Kenyan perspective, I believe that's why maybe Maurice wants to answer. I don't think the collective management organizations have any licensing agreements, but as a producer or a label, you can actually enter into licensing agreements with them. I know maybe the laws can be a bit tricky. There are some exceptions. I'm not so sure that exception applies in Kenya, where you can actually use short snippets of works, and they're part of the fair use or fair dealing, as we have the law in Kenya. So that can be a bit technical, tricky. Maybe the other lawyers here can be able to give us, but I know through experience that they are being licensed globally, but in Kenya, I doubt anyone is getting anything.
All right, Maurice, Kashkro Penyandaro and Waru.
Yeah. In fact, I'm very happy that two of my colleagues here in the legal profession touched on the Movable Property Securities Act. I thought, I know there's a lot of lack of awareness on that. Now, coming from that, a framework was set up to address the manner of valuation of intellectual property, and this was under the new business models for financing the creative sector. Sorry, let me just put on my glasses, my age. So under that framework, it involved FSD Kenya, Kenya Bankers, Ministry of Sports, Culture and the Arts, Ministry of ICT, Office of the Attorney General, and the National Treasury. And I'm happy to share this document, maybe with Dr. Njoroge, then you can share it with the rest of the panel. But basically, a framework was set up for the manner of valuation, monetization, and to enable even banks now to give loans against intellectual property. By the way, I'm very happy that this is part of the discussion today, because being able to monetize and commercialize your IP is an extremely important aspect, which many creatives, and we in the music industry, many of them, just because of lack of financing, they're not able to progress. So it's a very important issue, and that framework basically is there, so you're able to adopt it. Now, I'd like to be able to have a take-home, because this discussion started in 2017, we're in 2023, and nothing has happened. Kenya Corporate Board were involved in that discussion. Could we have a firm take-home on how that framework will actually come to implementation? Omanga, I'm not sure if you were there when they were discussing it, but just so that we're able to move on, and when we come here next year, or in a later date, we're able to say, from this framework, this is where we are, because it has been in discussion for many years, but nothing has happened.
All right.
While I still have the microphone, can I ask a question?
You have already asked a question to kick off, all right? You want another? Just hold on. I'll give it to you. Let's first get the responses to the previous set, and then later. Naomi, I think there was a question to you.
So I think you asked, when they do valuation, mostly maybe what they focus on is how unique is your design and how timeless it is. But for a lot of SMEs and startup fashion designers, it's been a challenge because, of course, one, we do not have enough supplies of textiles from Kenya to make you stand out and to make you look unique. Your designs might be unique, but the materials are imported, and so, which is also a very big challenge. The other thing is we are creatives. We create every single day. Every single day you wake up, you have a new design. How do you keep on, protecting that every single day? And also, because of the digital platforms, people are also raising issues around that the other day, because we are posting our own content every day as we create, and it goes really fast. And China market, counterfeits, they take it so fast. So you produce a design today, and the next week it's all over the market. So how do we continue protecting that protecting our designs every other time? So that was also a challenge. So yeah, if there's anyone who can also help us in that, for anyone else to understand it better.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So I want to make 3 comments on what has been said. The first appreciate my lecturer, Mr. Wakimani. I was in your class of 2018 and I passed on first attempt. You did a good job. And thank you for bringing up the issue of the Movable Property Security Rights Act. Yes, and Mr. Morris, my friend, has also indicated that yes, there have been discussions. But the thing is, we discuss, but we don't move beyond the discussion. The big question is, why are we not talking about the uncomfortable things? If you're a creator, you're composing your song, you're going to the studio, you're producing it, you come to the Kenya Copyright Board, you register it. Can you walk out and say that the value of my music is 1 million? You can't do that. So again, because of technology, the manner in which copyright and these IP assets are being exploited is so fast. That is why you have a hit now, so you have to be quick in exploiting it before another hit comes and yours ceases to be a hit. Now, there are three approaches of doing IP asset valuation, which I don't know who is going to lead this, but which must be done. We should have a market-based approach in doing an IP asset valuation. Let us look at what is the market. Are there researches which are being done? Are there periodicals which are doing studies into your works? Are there also considerations on cost? Because cost approach can also be used. What is the cost of generating the IP? What is the cost of replenishing it? What is the cost of manufacturing more of them if it's a manufacturing kind of IP? Then there is the cost or the income. What is the anticipated income revenue from that IP asset? How do we ascertain that? We need to have a serious, concrete discussion on how to conduct IP assets. It's not something we can come out and say, my IP is worth 10 million. You have to have a basis of doing it. I'm glad from the presentation, which was done by Alison from WIPO. She gave a very good example of the Korean Intellectual Property Office. They have tried something, they have done something. They started with government IP valuation. Then they said, okay, maybe government is not good. Let us go into a private entity to do the evaluation of IPs. In Kenya, why are we not doing something? Why is there anybody establishing an entity saying, for us, we're here, we're going to assist creatives to do evaluation of their IP? Why is any single these IP agencies coming up and saying, now that we register these IP assets, we also want to have a system of valuing them? Those are the discussions we need.
All right. Angela, quick comment on incorporating IP into CBC, very quickly.
Yes, we are in discussions actually as the IP and the creative industries particularly who have requested that IP be put as one of the subjects. But as you know, we have also other sectors that might be seen as a priority, but just to mention that, you know, this current government has actually prioritized the creative industry. And last week we were actually at State House launching the Talanta Hela program. And we cannot finish this session of IP commercialization without talking about the Talanta Hela program that the president and the cabinet secretary had launched last week. So these are discussions that we are having, and we are hoping that soon that the creative industry being prioritized by this government will be key in terms of even having the education inputs as well.
All right. There's Nancy Mungai who is joining us online, and she wants a copy of the document that the speaker referred to, the valuation framework for IP. And I think it's you, Maurice. I'm sure, Agnes, you can facilitate that document, and Nancy Mungai will get it. There's a lady here who had a question. Give her the mic. It's you, right? Yeah, the mic is behind.
Hello, my name is Ayan Ali. I'm a mechanical engineer at Numerical Machining Complex. I have really benefited from this symposium. One observation that I wanted to mention as an engineer is the fact that NMC, we are also partners of Autodesk. They are the developers of design software. Your IT guy mentioned Recap, you know, and meet an industry, and they're using these Autodesk softwares. They tend to pirate them, and we've been having issues of being told to go to the copyright board to be able to get value for money. But my question today is mostly as not as a professional, because I'm not a policymaker, I'm not a decision maker, but as a mother, as a daughter, as a citizen of Kenya. I have seen that we've been told, as far as clothes are concerned, of course, buy Kenya, build Kenya, you know, Bata, Rivertex, of course, Style by Naomi, and so on. Entertainment, go for the paid services, because so that the creatives can get monetary compensation. For advise any creative that you know or any innovator that you know to register their intellect and IP, yani. And then now the question is, what about food? You know, do you have a list of brands that we can trust somewhere? Do you have a list of distributors that we can trust? Medicine, thank you for making me understand the difference between generic, the originators, and the fake. But then how can I tell the difference? Is it up to you to protect us by making sure that they're not even available in hospitals and pharmacies? But what can I do? The point is, how can I help?
Is that question directed to ACA?
To the panel, to the delegates, like, what are we gaining from here? How can we go and apply this at home?
All right, fantastic. One question here, and then another at the back, and we'll be ready for tea. Oh my God, you have questions. Okay, what I can accommodate in the other session. So just write down your question. I want us to go for tea and then come back.
Thank you very much, and it's been a very, very enlightening morning. Waithera, I'm a fan, and I just didn't know who was singing that song. Amazing. I just wanted to say, sorry, my name is Suzanne Gashuke Opembe. I'm director of the Music Producers Association, as well as I've been in the industry for maybe 36 years as a musician and producer. And I just wanted to correct one of the impressions that, I'm sorry, I think you're Omanga? What did I get his name? Alex, yeah. I have written over 200 songs, and I have never needed to register them at Kekobo. And I think that's a duplication of roles, and actually, like the last presentation on creating awareness on piracy and all those kinds of things, that's kind of, for me, that would be your main sort of role, as well as being a regulator of the CMOs, etc. But we don't seem to have enough activity from Kekobo on the awareness, on the education, and all of that. Instead, you're coming into the CMO's roles. Now we have to register with CAMP, then we have to register with Kekobo, then with them. So we're confusing the roles, and I think we need to be much clearer on what the Kekobo's role needs to be. And I would like to see your strategy on education, on creating awareness, on the anti-piracy, okay? I would like to see more strategy in that area.
All right.
Okay? And the other thing I wanted to correct is that when you do an ad for a corporate, you are actually licensing that music to them, and it should be for a period of 2 years. And that's what they pay for, unless they then say they want to pay, extra money for 10 years or whatever it is. You are still the owner of that music, okay? So you are licensing it in the same way that you're licensing it to the film company.
All right.
I have a comment. One of the things we all gather as IP family, internationally and locally, that we share best practices. And I would like to acknowledge the lady for really emphasizing on awareness. And the 2 stories, very inspiring 2 stories for the ladies here, give me the impression that there is lack of awareness, which is normal in all societies. We have the same issue. I would like to share best practices, or one of the practices I felt it really benefits the small and medium enterprises. In Dubai, we have Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Academy, And I personally gave lectures to the small and medium enterprises, where it's a duty for us as IP family to volunteer and give this knowledge to the people who are just started their business. And the invitation is public invitation. Anyone can attend to educate themselves. So, and it starts with advertisement in the TV, in the newspaper, on social media. They don't know anything about IP. So we try to take them step by step from creating IP to registering IP, including the cost, including all the financial aspects, and we walk them through to their rights, how to register and how to protect their rights. And this example had given great results to the small and medium enterprises, as well as to the beginner in the business, where they just don't know exactly what to do. So this is really, I think, I would recommend it to on a maybe a small scale for a IP family to have this, this volunteer work that will result in great awareness. Thank you.
Fantastic. A question there before we wind up.
Okay, thank you. My name is Anne Gitonga. I'm a policy analyst at KIPRA, which is Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. Let me also state that this has been very informative and very enhancing in terms of knowledge. I do want to mention something about the Movable Property Act, Movable Property Security Act. I was looking at the BRS report, and they stated that for that act to be effective, we might need to amend our IP Act to allow charging. So I think the discussion needs to continue. Granted, it started in 2017, Boris, but we need to continue establishing how then it can ensure that those who have IP assets can leverage on that to access finance. The other thing that I wanted to bring out is on the school festivals. I like the story from Maidera, but I also realize the gap, and that might be another approach to enhance awareness. To what extent can we as government that support provision of IP be available in those festivals? And they're expanding. There used to be drama, but now it's drama and film. Music is no longer school only, there's school and college. It's expanding, but we are not expanding. So to what extent can that be contributed? And then the last one is on partnerships. I like what you presented just now in the panelist about reaching out to micro and small enterprises. In Kenya, we do have an authority that coordinates micro and small enterprises called Micro and Small Enterprise Authority, which has a footprint around the country. So this brings out the other element, which I sort of tried to bring out yesterday in the presentation, the aspect of linkages and partnerships. Because we can't do everything, but we can figure out how to train trainers who can continue that approach. So lastly, it's just to say that this can be anchored in policy. So I still think, maybe because I come from a policy institute, we need to see the wider picture and then to see the parallels and the approaches that can address the policy issues, which clearly is awareness and enhancing knowledge. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I think the biggest question in the room is the one asked by Susan Gashukia. Alex, can you come clear on your mandate?
Thank you very much. I'm glad to take that. There is no contradiction as to what the mandate of Kekobo is. It's just maybe lack of understanding, which I can blame it on, and which we are all about to agree that we need to do more awareness. Kekobo is there for administration and enforcement of copyright and related rights. And among the specific mandates it has is to license and supervise collective management organizations. If the collective management organizations are constantly interacting with the regulator, because both of them are based in Nairobi and little knowledge of this is known in the rest of the counties, and that is why we can have some issues of non-cordial relationship between the two. But the bottom line is there is need for a cordial relationship. There is need for Kekobo to be facilitated more, such that it can have a national active presence throughout the country.
Let me ask a more direct question. Sorry to cut you short.
Let me
ask a direct
question. I have to finish this.
Okay, finish up.
That there is also need for every other person to understand that a statutorily established body, when it is performing its mandate, it is not being malicious. It is simply doing what it is established to do. Now to your question, sir.
Yeah, the question is the problem duplicity, or is the problem the lack of collaboration? Because I think that's what Susan was trying to bring out. Is it duplicity or lack of collaboration?
There is no duplication. We have said over and over time, even when I started, I said that you have your right in copyright and intellectual right by virtue of creation, not by virtue of registration. But how many people understand that? Someone will think he doesn't have a right to his work because he has not registered it with Kekobo, but that is not correct. But again, what are we doing? Yes, it's one thing to have your work, it's another to exploit it commercially. We are telling you, for ease of exploitation and commercialization of your work, there is need for you to register. Now, maybe the lady
Let's be very clear. It is not necessary to register in order to exploit your works.
Yes,
with
that is what
Kekobo.
I've emphasized,
Yeah,
that it is not necessary. It is not
Thank
necessary.
you. As long as we have that clarity.
All right, allow the gentleman
to finish.
Yes.
Yeah, decorum. Now, even at a regional level, we have a framework which is called the Kampala Protocol on voluntary registration and notification of copyright and related rights. If this conversation is being held at a regional level, why is Kenya shying away, or why are some Kenyans shying away from discussing the same thing at a national level? All we need to be is to be more objective in our engagement and discussion, and to also accept the fact that it is advantageous, it is easy, even when you're going to do your IP evaluation. You're not going to value something you can't prove. You're going to value something which has to be attached, fixed in some form. You can say, yes, I have a registration over this, I have a license over this, I have an assignment over this. And that is what Kekobo is doing by having the national rights registry. Thank you.
All right. I think Kekobo and musicians need to have some tea. Yeah? And, reach some agreement, agree on some things. Is yours a comment? Because we really need to exit. Very quickly.
Thank you. I think I've been triggered now to speak. I'm Mika Rachonyo from the Kenya Bureau of Standards. And I think because I might take too long to talk about registration of works, I'll just give a summary. One is that, 2 minutes. One is that we have formal business and informal business. We have black market and non-black market. In principle, we so far appear to be operating in a black market mode. In the black market, everything goes. Now, when we talk about registration of works, there are a number of benefits. You don't just register because of registration. And the second thing is that if you are registering so that you can benefit, then you must register in the right way and using the appropriate tools. So what is lacking, or what is becoming apparent, is that we are not seeing the value of registration, but there is value in registration, and there are a number of tools which have been developed, which are used internationally, so that the works can be registered and their value can be seen in official commercial environments through different platforms which deliver these products to the people. So the first point is that the works, it is necessary to register them. And if they're registered, they should be registered officially using the official tools. There are a number of international standards which assign unique numbers to these works so that these works can be persistently be visible all over the world, whichever medium or tools they are used. If the works are not registered, then they can be exploited through other means. Still there could be that business model, and that is what I could refer to as the black quote. the black market. So I think that is the summary, and when we do this officially, then we can begin to visualize how we can use such tools like big data, artificial intelligence, and so forth.
I have the
For
mic
your
here.
contribution.
Here.
Yes. Where?
Here. Yes. Just a quick comment. Mine will take probably
And that's an ambush. Let's do quick so that we go to the next session.
Half a minute. I think the comment from the gentleman from Kenya Copyright Board confirms to a large extent the fears that the creative industry have, that the national rights registry system could in future actually mutate from voluntary to mandatory model. In Kekobo, if you go to the website, they say that the system is a voluntary system, and I think it should remain as such, in keeping with formality-free protection requirements. For instance, the Rome Convention, Article 20 of WPPT, and Article 62 of the TRIPS Agreement. Because we believe IFPI position, the International Federation of the Recording Industry's position, is that registration formalities can sometimes, to a large extent, undermine the commercialization and exploitation of copyright and related rights. And I think my last point, ARIPO, which is the regional body, has recently published the Kampala Protocol on voluntary registration of copyright and related rights. And Kenya, being a member, has to align to that, both in law and in spirit.
Fantastic. That's good submission.
Thank you. Let me thank him on behalf of Kekobo.
Okay. You have done that on behalf of Kekobo. Thank you very much. Appreciate yourselves, the panel, and of course appreciate the panel for a wonderful job. Thank you, Angela, for a wonderful
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. That was wonderful.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Now we have some giveaways for you before we head out for tea.
Oh, wonderful.
The beautiful lady behind there is going to facilitate that. So as you step off the stage, and I insist, Kekobo and musicians, go have some coffee. You have some domestics that need to be sorted. All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies, for a wonderful job that you have done this morning. Of course, we've gone way beyond the allocated time. We are supposed to finish up at 1. That means we have to extend a bit by about 40 minutes. But I promise you by 2 p.m. we'll be done with the program. So we'll dash out for tea. 15 minutes is enough to take your tea and come back so that we begin the next session. It will be quite short. So we rush out and come back. Tea is being served at the usual spots where we've been taking it. The executive director and your guests, as well as the panelists have participated today. You will join the executive director at the breakaway room 2. Thank you, everybody. 15 minutes of tea.
Naomba nafasi mimi
tushazoea kesha, sakata rumba, achilia presha, hatujui kama tutaonana tena. Kunja mifupa, kaza mshipi na tuzipende, tukizunguka kaende kaende, teremka, kata kiuno ujioneshe, inuka inuka. where I can go. Divine. Congo, banga nakata mikili ya poto kake beti emie nzokele bilanga emie libale koti bondoki okemiete baloti mama na yo azali kongala akati liputa na kingo liputa ya pembe azali koluka ngai pote tomunda nazali mama ye azali mama kemie emie libale koti bobanga emie libale koti bondoki okebi eke simama mikolo na ye koyeba ntina mobali na yo ya kala alobi bazongisa ye mbongo na ye emie yondimi likambo oyo tobalani na kati ya kafe na miso baninga maboti bakoti kaka losiki ya temwe emie bakatinga makongo emie bakotitingaka na elongi okemiliege talula ilongi talaka na simba talaka na simba yokaka makambo ngai mobali na yo ngai molobani nalola ilongi talaka na simba talaka na simba yokaka makambo ngai mobali na yo ngai molobani babengisi ngai mwana moto babengisi ngai joseyeye ngai mobali na yo ngai molongani nalola ilongi talaka na simba simba ye talaka na simba yokaka makambo ngai mobali na yo ngai molongani nalola ilongi talaka na simba simba ye talaka na simba yokaka makambo ngai mobali na yo ngai molongani balola elongi talaka jerina yo bapati ngai sango yesuwe ngai mobali na yo ngai molongani balola elongi talaka na simba ye simba ye talaka na simba yokaka makambo ngai mobali na yo ngai molongani balola elongi talaka na simba ye talaka na simba yokaka makambo ngai mobali na yo ngai molongani ngai molongani na yo natia motema e bato baye mingi we olebebisa ngai ngai mobali na yo ngai molongani balola elongi talaka na simba ye talaka na simba yokaka makambo ngai mobali na yo ngai molongani balola elongi talaka na simba ye simba ye talaka na simba yokaka makambo ngai mobali na yo ngai molongani Songo, Thank you.
Why are you saying thank you? I'm not released yet. Fantastic job, Utawala Band. Phyllis Wangwe and Mutula Mulonzia. Where are you? If you can hear my voice, please come in. I have your badges because I understand your presenters in the next session. That is Phyllis Wangwe and Mutula Mulonzia. In the meantime, those who are out there, kindly come in, including the Bomas of Kenya dancers, because I want you to take this opportunity, do one performance before we start the next session. So if you can see the Bomas of Kenya dancers out there, kindly tell them to come in. I want to give this opportunity to them. If you're out there, you're supposed to be here, kindly come in. The 15 minutes are way over, and we're doing badly in terms of management of time. We need to move. The Bomas of Kenya dancers. They are coming? Okay. Let them be fast. Time is not on our side. We need to finish up on this. So we go into the next session. And if they are not ready, we can still move on. Maybe Utawala Band, you can give us, in my village, you call it a chorus. That is to mean that you do a performance of 2 verses. Hold on. I see like Bomas in here. Hold on. Okay, Bomas of Kenya. And for our visitors, if you feel like joining in shaking a leg, you can. As long as you don't break your leg.
Alasevanga isuti ahoheriani Alasevanga isuti ahoheriani Hoheriani Hoheriani Simba wasimunda Umanga msoweliani asena mwana Alasevanga isuti ahoheriani Simba wasimunda Sukumanga msoweliani asena mwana Alasevanga isuti ahoheriani Simba wasimunda Sukumanga msoweliani asena mwana Alasevanga isuti ahoheriani Simba wasimunda Sukumanga msoweliani asena mwana Alasevanga isuti ahoheriani Simba wasimunda Sukumanga msoweliani asena mwana Alasevanga isuti ahoheriani Simba wasimunda Sukumanga msoweliani asena mwana Alasevanga isuti ahoheriani Walifuyansira lani butunye Yeri useni mwana wa bene Eliani. Eliani, sibasi munda, shukumanga mseliani asena mwana. Olasema gaisukuti, Eliani, sibasi munda, shukumanga mseliani asena mwana. Olasema gaisukuti, Eliani. Walivu yansila leo ni butunyi. Yali Huseni mwana wa Bene. Mwana Meri ni Shigara. Mwana Meri ni Shigara. Mwana Meri ni Shigara. Mwana Meri ni Shigara. Igologolo. 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 Sala igologolo mama ya bina mana mechugunda baila. Sala igologolo mama ya bina mana mechugunda baila. Igologolo. 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 Sala igologolo mama ya bina mana mechugunda baila. Sala igologolo mama ya bina mana mechugunda baila. Igologolo. 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 Sala igologolo mama ya bina mana mechugunda baila. Sala igologolo mama ya bina mana mechugunda baila. Igologolo. 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 Sala igologolo mama ya bina mana mechugunda baila. Sala igologolo mama ya bina mana mechugunda baila. Igologolo. 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 Sala igologolo mama ya bina mana mechugunda baila. Sala igologolo mama ya bina mana mechugunda baila. Igologolo. Igologolo. Sala igologolo mama ya bina mana mechugunda baila. Sala igologolo mama ya bina mana mechugunda baila. Mwana wesu bachi watano kwa basiko. Wia moja kuona kwa eko. Kwa mito mwikari. Mwana wesu bachi watano kwa basiko. Wia moja kuona kwa eko. Kwa mito mwikari. Mwana wesu bachi watano kwa basiko. Wia moja kuona kwa eko. Kwa mito mwikari. Mwana wesu bachi watano kwa basiko. Wia moja kuona kwa eko. Kwa mito mwikari. Mwana wesu bachi watano kwa basiko. Wia moja kuona kwa eko. Kwa mito mwikari. Wabanuona, inuona, leronga ingame. 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 Mama chini kweko basere bashuma mama shangwera nishi. 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 Abaimbeli, abaimbeli, abaimbeli basere na mulole 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 abaimbeli. Mwenye musiti, mwenye musiti. Hanerumbe, ila mama, hanerumbe, temani pana, temani pana, gorenge gorenge, temani pana, temani pana, temani pana, temani pana. Ebony pana, 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 ebony pana. Everybody bala, 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 everybody bala.
Zombe, 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 zombe. Elaya, 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 elaya. Binyangamule, binyangamule, binyangamule. Binyangamule, 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 binyangamule. Binyangamule, 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 Enyanga mole. 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 Ah, enyanga mole. Enyanga mole. Ah, enyanga mole. Enyanga mole.
Barina he bayaiko. Musibala he na chenyako. Ndi muhana sobera ngabiyera. Barina he bayaiko. Musibala he na chenyako. Ndi muhana mulongo. Mulongo. Enje kumumu kufwa mula mwaketani hatobe
Amba mtani
enje kumumu kufwa mula mwaketani hatobe
Amba mtani
hebulenje ko
Amba mtani
hebulenje ko
Amba mtani
enje kumumu kufwa mula mwaketani hatobe
Amba mtani
enje kumumu kufwa mula mwaketani hayama
Amba mtani
hebulenje ko
Amba mtani
hebulenje ko
Amba mtani
mbatata musa sita musa na mula mwaketani hatobe
Amba mtani
mbatata musa sita musa na mula mwaketani hayama
Amba mtani
bali hebulenje ko
Amba
Mulongo.
Let's appreciate the Bomas of Kenya dancers with a good clap. Let's appreciate them once more. And a wonderful performance. Let's appreciate them as they exit. We appreciate them. Thank you very much, Bomas of Kenya. Si ungepanda stairs hivyo vile ulikuwa umekaa. Unatupima. Let's appreciate Bomas of Kenya once more for a fantastic job. And by the way, for the visitors, that skin you see on the back, we didn't slaughter any monkey. Yeah? But that is what Kenya is made of. Such kind of treatment. And we thank the Bomas of Kenya for a job well done. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to get to the next session. And kindly, now I'll be very strict on the bell. 6 minutes for each presenter. Cindy, so that we finish up, right? 6 minutes for each presenter. And at this point, I want to call the chair of the next session, and that is Agnes Akal, an associate at Bowman. And of course, she will invite the next speaker before we go to session 8. So let's appreciate Angela once more. Angela has been with us since day one, and thank you, Angela, for the fantastic job you're doing. So go ahead. You can use this mic in the meantime. Put it on.
Good afternoon, everyone.
So the conversation on IP commercialization continues. And just to introduce the next speaker, he's an advocate of 40 years practice. He's currently the senior and founding partner at KKOA Advocates LLP. He was the former chairman of the IP Tribunal between 2010 and 2014, and also sits as the co-convener of the IP/ICT Committee of the Law Society of Kenya. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Moses Kurgat to the stage. He is going to close the topic on IP commercialization by presenting on IP utilization and exploitation. Welcome, Moses.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think after the tea break and the dance by the bombers of Kenya, you must have appreciated one thing about IP. If you saw what they were doing here, they were performing a traditional dance, which I think attains certain rights under the Copyright Act of the laws of Kenya. You know, IP is a very wide spectrum area of law, which requires respect. And one of the things I want to talk about to this morning or this afternoon is intellectual property utilization and exploitation. IP by itself can, if it is not useful to the inventor, is as good as nothing. So IP must be utilized, must be exploited. And when we talk of utilization and exploitation, we mean utilization is the actual practical application of the benefits of the invention that has been created. If it is a patent, if it is an industrial design, if it is a copyright, or any other aspects of IP, they must be actualized and made useful to generate revenue. So I will deal with 7 aspects in my presentation. That is a brief introduction, definition of utilization and exploitation of IP, which I've already done, methods of exploitation of IP, IP as a tool to secure loans, challenges facing utilization and exploitation of IP, recommendations, and conclusion. In my presentation, I've captured several aspects of IP, that is IP assets, that is patents, industrial designs, trademarks, copyrights, plant varieties, utility models, geographical indications, industrial designs, computer programs, traditional knowledge and cultural expressions, and trade secrets. You've just witnessed the traditional knowledge and cultural expressions shown by the bombers of Kenya. So you'll leave here with an impression knowing that that is what is captured by the law as part of our IP. We'll also deal with the issues concerning definitions of IP, which takes the form of legal perspective and also economic perspective. In legal perspective, which will be dealing with terms of qualitative characteristics such as novelty and originality. Every aspect, for example, in patents, a patent must be having an inventive step, must be new, that is, must be something that is having a novelty, and also it has to have some originality. You can't just wake up one time and say, I have a patent over something without proving how it is new in the market and application in industry. So you must have all those characteristics. Then when it comes to economic benefits linked to the actual property asset, which deals with the economic perspective, then the issue of utilization kicks in. For example, if an IP has not contributed to the production of income, economic value, even though it has legal existence, is useless. So it is very important for all of us to have in mind the fact that IP then must be useful when it generates revenue for the creators. The purpose of IP rights is to encourage innovation by allowing inventors to reap the rewards of their investments. You cannot just sit there after inventing. You must go a step further and actualize it by exploiting it and utilizing it for purposes of generating income and benefits to yourself as a creator and also to the society at large. The dynamics of innovations are evolving every other day. The market globalization and other things, the fragmentation of production value chains, and the emergence of new players, reshaping how IP rights are utilized by market participants and understood by policymakers. You heard earlier on in the morning how policymakers sometimes misunderstand what is happening. But all this interplay is very useful in shaping how IP can be utilized and be exploited for the benefit of society and the inventors. Next slide, please. Now, definition of IP utilization, as I mentioned earlier, I've already defined it, I don't have to repeat it. Now, there are two methods of exploiting IP, that is direct exploitation by the owner and indirect exploitation by others who are licensed. Next slide, please. So when it comes to direct exploitation, the owner has the ability to utilize their intellectual property directly. The reasoning behind this would be because the company possesses sufficient, or the individual possesses sufficient marketing capabilities, eliminating the need for a partnership, or it lacks the necessary capabilities to establish and execute the partnership, or the company hesitates to share the information with third parties. All those now enables the owner to directly exploit his own or her own invention without having to rely on other people. Then, what to consider when dealing with IP? Use of IP database. The process of consulting the IP database is crucial in confirming the novelty and viability of an idea before pursuing it further. This aids companies and industries in avoiding the unnecessary repetition of inventing, developing, and applying for intellectual property rights for technologies, designs, or brands that already exist. Enforcement of intellectual property rights takes various forms. It is the owner's responsibility to continuously monitor intellectual property rights in the market. And as you heard on Monday, when the first presenters made their views known, you realize that you have a right to monitor what is happening to your IP in the market. Market and competitor monitoring is also essential to identify and address any potential infringements, so that what the presenter from I think it was from Germany or from wherever in the morning, she talked of watching out who are these infringers so that they can be blocked from exploiting what doesn't belong to them. So those are now some of the things we're calling market and competitor monitoring, which is essential to identify any potential risks. You are applying for, and then, sorry, I think you jumped, but it's okay. Applying for customs protection is a cost-effective preventive measure against counterfeiting and piracy, enabling the seizure and destruction of fake goods before they enter the market. And then there are also alternative dispute resolutions mechanisms which can be utilized as efficient methods for resolving IP-related disputes. Now, let's deal now with the indirect exploitation. In this particular aspect, indirect exploitation takes the form of licensing, and there are various forms of licensing. There are exclusive license, sole license, non-exclusive license. You heard the lady from Wana Vocali. She talked of some form of licensing which I think is essential in order to protect your rights as an IP right holder. So those are the various types of licensing: exclusive license, sole license, non-exclusive license. Then the next one, the advantages of licensing, is for the licensor, It will be utilized concurrently by numerous individuals. The ability to operate freely, enhance production, generate income, enter new geographical markets, penetrate product markets, establish licensing agreements, establish industry standards. Then for the licensee is the ability to operate without constraints, gaining a competitive advantage even in the absence of extensive research and development. I'll be talking later on about the benefits of doing research and development for those IP products that have expired, where the protection has ceased. If you are able to undertake any research to build into what had been done before, if it is a patent, we call it the greening of patents. You need to show that you are adding value to this patent by the following steps. So you see, when you are given a license, then you may not be able to undertake extensive research and development. Then for the licensee, again, it gets what we call accessing novel technologies and expertise, fostering the potential for developing innovative products, then resolving infringement disputes, and manufacturing a standardized production of the IP products. Now, there are several risks that are posed by the licensing process. The licensee could become your competitor. Licensee could lose control over the licensed product and service. Licensor must trust the licensee as a source of revenue. In case of market failure, licensee generates no revenues, although there may be a minimum royalty clause in the agreement. So when you go for licensing, you need to be very careful. Read the documents that is granting you the right to have to exploit the IP on the basis of a license, so that you don't put yourself in a very difficult position in the event an issue develops. Now, licensing IPR helps combat counterfeiting, which I think is a theme of this conference. And it is something that I would want all of us to take home, that counterfeiting is not very friendly to IP rights. And for the holders, they need to work closely with their legal advisors, their managers, and other watchers in the market to make sure that counterfeiting does not dominate the market and dim the rights of the actual inventors in the market. There's also the issue of assignment. And I think because of time, this presentation will be shared because it is quite detailed. There's also what we call the assignment. This is a transfer of ownership of an intellectual property right, for example, patents, trademarks, by one party to another. It is useful for commercialization when the owner of intellectual property does not have enough capabilities, that is finance and marketing, to market the developed IP asset. Then we can go to the next slide, please. Advantages of assignments is clear ownership, due diligence, enhanced enforcement, global cooperation, technology protection. Next item. And then there's the issue of franchising. This is a license whereby the franchisor authorizes a franchisee to use the franchisor's IP asset in exchange for related consideration or royalties. So it is a lengthy topic that can take us a lot of time to discuss, but that is one aspect of gaining an opportunity to exploit and utilize IP rights, franchising. Next slide, please. What to consider. Due diligence is one aspect you need to undertake when you're dealing with licensing and also franchising. Franchising disclosure documents. It is considered best practice to create a franchise disclosure document during the negotiation process. This document should include comprehensive details about the franchisor, the franchising system, associated intellectual property IP, references, financial figures, among other relevant information. Next slide, please. Then the other one is a joint venture. These are agreements between or among inventors and entrepreneurs who complement each other in terms of money, human resource, distribution, network, technology. For example, M-Pesa, a joint venture between Safaricom and Vodafone. Entering such ventures and alliances for purpose of protecting investment or innovations for political and economic risks. Those are some of the benefits of JV. Most of you, of course, will be knowing the JV in terms of development of land. That is a common phrase that people understand. But now there are also JVs in IP territory. And then advantages of JV are many. It enables a chance to exploit and share IP assets, creates opportunities to leverage existing technologies and patents, and also provides companies with a chance to develop new IP with less investment. And finally, allows for utilization of unused IP assets. You heard somebody from CAM this morning talk of IP assets which are lying idle or which are no longer protected, and they are just sitting there doing nothing. So if you were to get one of those and show that you can use it, you can also use it with a joint venture person to help you. Now, the disadvantages of a JV may bring an uneven distribution of expertise, intellectual assets, and dealing with diverse management cultures in IP management can pose challenges. Now, then there's IP and branding. You remember, branding is the most important aspect of IP also. You will realize that, for example, Grow's vodka. Do you know that alcohol brand called Grey Goose Vodka? It is a top-of-the-range spirit in the market, and its value at the moment is in the region of 2 billion shillings. Recently, it was transferred from the previous owners to another group, and they were paid 2.5 brand on their side. So branding and IP go hand in hand, and it helps you as an owner to gain advantage and economic benefit. Next slide, please. Now then, there's that illustration, which I don't think I need to repeat, but when we share this presentation, people, you can always email me and ask me questions. I'll be able to answer them. The next slide, purpose of branding, it is obvious. It creates associations and expectations. Then next slide, please. IP as a tool to secure loans. One thing which I wanted to share, I think earlier on there was somebody from Kenya School of Law, I think he's a lecturer. He mentioned, and I thought he jumped the gun because we had not finished the presentations. And I was going to talk about the Movable Securities Properties, Movable Property Securities Act of 2017, which then has given and opened a way for us as people who want to utilize IP products for securities for loans. And as much as it is still having baby steps, it is in the right direction. Next slide, please. Now, the following issues and problems arising out of concerning IP securitization is the litigation risk, liquid market, lack of common and unified law regulating IP poses a risk as there are no definite laws on securitization and enforcement of intellectual property. Those are some of the issues that I believe the lecturer from law school was raising, and they are legitimate concerns. The only thing he did was he didn't think there was going to be a presentation which was going to touch on this, but here it was, and it has happened. Now, the next slide, so that I can wind up. Challenges facing IP utilization are various. Lack of strategic understanding of IP, length of negotiations. There are a few number of applications on industrial designs, utility models, and patents being registered. This may be attributed to poor drafting of applications and applications that do not meet utility models registration requirements, for instance, not being novel, among others. There is lack of relevant data, making it difficult to conduct evaluation because of lack of specific data on invention costs, advertising costs, per IP, and other information. You heard the musicians, Wanavokoli, they were unable to tell you why they don't understand how evaluation can be undertaken. It is one of the topics I would have wanted to discuss, but when I looked at the program, I realized it was going to be too long. But there are several methods for doing valuation of IP. That is the cost method, income method, and market method. Those are three methods which you can seek legal advice and you'll get. Then for valuation, I think CPIT at Strathmore College are undertaking trainings on how valuation for IP can be undertaken. So you don't have to belabor the point too much. Seek for for advice and for direction, and you'll be helped. Just as much as CPIT is also doing a lot of trainings on how to draft, on patent drafting, so that we can help a lot of Kenyans to register or draft patents that can be useful. My recommendations, so that I can finish, identify and evaluate technology for licensing and technology transfer. By recognizing that patents, industrial designs, and utility models complement each other, these intellectual property rights should be utilized collectively as unified package rather than separately. This is now something that has to be done in the market by people now sitting down and saying, I have this set of IP rights that I have that have been registered. How can I put them together, banding them together so that it can be useful in terms of securitization? Then knowing the value of your IP asset can play a role in deciding which method to refer intellectual property disputes. Then engaging in capacity building activities, which I believe even this engagement we have today here, we're building capacity for those who are in the sector, like in the music industry, in the patent areas, in the other sectors of IP, like trademarks, in order for them to understand how to utilize and exploit their IP assets. Now, alternative dispute resolution such as mediation and arbitration can also be gone into in the event there is a dispute, so that you don't have to spend too much time being in court. I remember there's one case, that is Sanitam case, which has gone, it went all the way to the Court of Appeal in terms of whether they were entitled to register a patent or use a patent registered at a repo in Kenya. And it is something that while I was at the tribunal, I dealt with it, and I said they didn't have any rights, and I dismissed their application for registration or recognition of their patent in Kenya, because it was not having any novelty or any originality, and it was rejected. So sometimes it is very good to seek legal advice before you make any move. And I was happy that the musicians and Kibukosia, now you're called Opembe. So you asked a very valid question to Kekobo. Remember that Kekobo is a statutory body, is a regulator, so you have to work with them. They'll give you guidance, and I believe Kekobo should be able to assist all our budding musicians, make sure that they're in the right direction without conflicts. I keep seeing tidbits in the press about conflicts that are unnecessary, but it's all about getting the right legal advice, and you can move ahead without a problem. I think that is the conclusion now for me, is that utilization of IP in the global market enables business to protect innovations, expand the market reach, engage in licensing and technology transfer, establish market entry points or barriers, and build branch value, enforce legal rights, and foster collaborations. Therefore, it is crucial to establish clear legal provisions and policies specifically targeting financial institutions to recognize IP assets as independent assets that can be utilized as collateral for loans. This would enable entrepreneurs to secure financing for leveraging their IP assets, and in turn stimulate economic growth. We don't have to see poor musicians anymore. We need to see them prospering and living an honorable life. You remember when we were young, we were told musicians, music is not good because nobody saw the value. But as we are at this stage of development of this country, we are seeing musicians are now playing a better, bigger role, and they are role models for our children because they are making money, and we must support them. So let's give a round of applause to our musicians so that they can know we appreciate them even in IP fields, because they are doing something very useful. And they also impart lessons every other day. Makofi kwa wanamuziki. Na wale wengine ambao wana IP assets ambazo zinatakana kufanya kazi, kutumiwa, tafadhali pata uhusia kutoka kwa wakili ama kwa wale watu ambao unategemea kama agents, kuwaelekeza kwa areas ambazo itaweza kuwasaidia kupata advice ambayo inafaa. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa. Asante sana.
All right. Thank you for a fantastic job there. I think you just remain there, just in case there will be Q&A after the next session. You will respond to the questions asked. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to bring on stage Ms. Phyllis Wangwe from Crystal River Products and a member of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers and managing partner at Wangwe and Co. Associates to moderate the next session. Where's Phyllis? Oh, she's here. Let's appreciate her once more. And I'm sure you'll go calling up your speakers. And I think if we stick to the 10 minutes allocation for each speaker, we'll be doing very well.
Thank you very much. We will start with the speaker, Mr. Savia, Legal Counsel, WIPO. He's online.
Savia, can you hear us?
My screen is just a small moment. Here it is. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. All right, so let me jump immediately. So by the way, you will have a copy of this presentation, in which is also partly repeating what I already said 2 days ago. So for the sake of time, I will go quickly on some of the slides because I want to just go right to the core of the matter and give you 2 examples of important partnerships or future partnerships that will have a key role or that have a key role in the enforcement of IP rights. So I don't have to explain again what WIPO is, World Intellectual Property Organization, as a specialized agency of the United Nations. I don't have to repeat, we saw that throughout the 3 days, how important the enforcement of intellectual property rights is in order to stimulate creation and innovation by ensuring that the system of protection of intellectual property rights is not an empty shell. All and everything is linked together. I don't have to repeat what I said 2 days ago about the recommendation 45 of the development agenda and the need to ensure that the enforcement is construed in a balanced way between the interests of the right holders, obviously, but also the interest of the society as large and of the consumers. I don't have to remind you again of the new challenges that emerge, especially with the development of the online tools, internet, etc., which unfortunately also make it easier to acquire counterfeit or pirated goods. So this is a massive challenge we are all confronted with, we have to deal with. I don't have to repeat again what the notion of building respect for our IP is, a notion which encompasses IP enforcement, but is broader than that, because next to IP enforcement, you also have to act on the demand side. Throughout the 3 days, we have had various speakers indicating and emphasizing very strongly how important the awareness raising of the consumer is. I don't have to deal with that. Areas in the field of building respect for IP, where WIPO is intervening via the division I represent, the building respect for IP division, and that's all the fields that you can see on the slide. I will be very brief on that. So we provide legislative technical assistance to the WIPO member states upon their request, obviously, and that assistance is, of course, confidential from our side. So we do not disclose whether there is any WIPO member state who requested our assistance. You can see on the slide what it is all about. We ensure that the draft laws or the laws or the regulations are in compliance with Part 3 of the TRIPS agreement. We also provide capacity building activities, once again on request of the member states. We provide and we design capacity building activities for law enforcement officials, members of the judiciary, etc. Should you wish to have more information about the exact content of those activities, you have a link that will provide you, that will lead you to a document made by the Secretary of WIPO, which explains more in detail the real content of those kind of activities. We, of course, have also tools to help, including casebooks, which are freely downloadable, on the enforcement of intellectual property rights. That's one aspect. Legislative assistance, capacity building activities, which is enshrined in the concept of assistance to the member states. International cooperation is very important. I don't have to deal with that anymore. It's obvious that the question of counterfeiting and piracy is a global phenomenon affecting developing and developed worlds. So to tackle this global phenomenon, we have to act globally as well. So international cooperation is key. I don't have to explain that anymore. Awareness raising is important. We have, as I said previously, we have emphasized that time and again. You have on these slides examples of the kind of assistance WIPO is providing to member states for the designing of awareness raising campaigns, and I will let you click to those links and have some good examples of activities in this field. For instance, a campaign that was done in Malawi with a very well-known singer, and that the idea was really to raise the awareness of teenagers about the need to protect the rights of the artist's copyright. So, and if you click on the video, you will have a good example of an impactful raising awareness campaign. Just for your information, we also have podcasts and webinars addressing the issues relating to building respect for IP and IP enforcement. I will certainly encourage you to have a look at that and to follow that closely. And those activities are made with the support also of the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism of the Republic of Korea. Now, just allow me, because I'm now coming really to the core of what I wanted to say, to dig in a little bit deeper. So we have in WIPO the Advisory Committee on Enforcement, and that's the forum of the WIPO member states to discuss all issues relating to the enforcement of intellectual property rights and building respect for IP. Important to know, this is an advisory committee on enforcement. It has no normative activity. So it's not in WIPO, it's not in that committee that a new international treaty on enforcement would be drafted. No, this is not the role of WIPO for that. That's rather in the field of the World Trade Organization and the Council for Trades. But the Advisory Committee on Enforcement, on the other hand, precisely because it has no normative activity, allows freer discussion that are more free between the member states to exchange practices on how to tackle the IP infringements, the various challenges member states are confronted with, and the strategies they have designed, and the tools they are using to tackle this. Now, I mentioned that because the work of the Advisory Committee on Enforcement, which takes place once per year on average, is based on written contributions made by WIPO member states or by experts commissioned by the Secretariat of WIPO. So you have a gold mine of information there. As a matter of fact, as an example, because we discussed that in previous sessions, the question of the alternative dispute resolution as a tool for IP enforcement. There is a very relevant document I mentioned 2 days ago, made by Trevor Cook, a very well-known lawyer in the US who's also an arbitrator, and explaining that in detail. So you have a very relevant document on this question that was addressed 2 days ago. Now, one of the points, and that's where it's important in terms of partnership, one of the main points which is being discussed discussed within the framework of the advanced and enforcement are the initiative to tackle the financial flow, the follow the money approach. Basically, the purpose, the aim, the target of the counterfeiters and the pirate is to make money. So to tackle that, we have to hurt them where it really matters, and we have to try to stop the flow of money towards the counterfeiters. And in the framework of the ACE, for instance, various initiatives were presented. For example, the UK's initiative made by PIPQ, the IP unit of the City of London Police. I will revert to that in a moment, but also the chargeback system of the Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre. I mention this one because this is an initiative that forces a cooperation between public authorities and private stakeholders. Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre is an initiative launched by the Canadian Police. And basically, what is the purpose of this? With the development of the technology, it's easy for people to buy goods online, right? But sometimes they buy unknowing of it, not knowing that the goods at the time of order, not knowing that the good is a counterfeit good, but when they receive it, okay, they see it's a counterfeit good. Well, the Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre put in place a scheme allowing the consumer to inform the CAFC of this. The CAFC makes a quick investigation. Is it really counterfeit goods? Yes or no? And if yes, they take contact with the banking institutions or the credit card companies through which the payment was made, right? And those financial institutions, which are full part of the scheme, will reimburse the consumers. Good for the consumer. But then, of course, the same financial institutions will also take measure against the seller. And they will, for example, cut the possibility for the seller to use any more the financial services of these banking or credit card companies, intermediaries. So they will cut basically a possibility of financial flow towards the counterfeiters. That's an example of the follow the money approach, a very effective one. You can see that in clicking on the link, you will have more explanation on this project.
All right.
Now, I have just a few seconds. We have developed, in mirroring what exists in the UK with the PIPQ model, we have also developed the WIPO alert model. So basically the point is, there are in the world copyright infringing websites. Okay, it's easy for the user to download pirated copies of copyrighted work, movies, music, etc. Often those the sites are financed by legitimate advertisements that are placed on those websites. So the point is, what is very important, of course, is to incentivize the advertising industry to avoid placing legitimate ads on those websites. And that is the purpose of the WIPO alert database that we have developed. We gather, with the help of the participating member states, a list of copyright infringing websites, and those lists are put at the disposal of authorized users representing the advertising industry. And of course, with the purpose that the advertising industry, knowing those lists of, having knowledge of those lists of infringing websites, will avoid placing legitimate ads on those infringing websites. You can see for the moment we have 12 member states participating, more are coming in, and we have 28 authorized users, including very big advertising companies like Omnicom, Publicis, etc. And you can see the domains, the number of domains which are listed for the moment, and so this is a quite effective tool. So that's very important, and I wanted to mention this project. Last but not least, Mr. Chair, I see, Madam Chair, I see that you want me to finish. Last but not least, since we are speaking about partnership, and last point I would like to make, within the framework of the work of the WIPO CIP, the Committee on Development and Intellectual Property, a project has been proposed and approved by the other member states, by the way. A project has been proposed by Kenya and Kikobo precisely. And you can see it on the slide. The project is a project on the development of strategies and tools to address online copyright piracy in the African digital market. This project has been approved, so it will be taking place. It will be implemented from 2024 to 2026 by our division in cooperation with Kenya and 3 other African countries. You can see on the slide what is really the purpose, but the project is quite ambitious. It includes having a landscape of the situation in the African countries concerned. It will include legislative assistance, if need be, legislative changes. It will include capacity building activities, etc., 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 and really the provision of customized technical assistance. I wanted to draw your attention, of course, to this very important project. I stop here, but I certainly invite you to have a look at all the documents that are accessible via the links I've provided. Thank you very much, Asante, and I give you the floor back. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Savia. We have learned a lot in the brief moment on the WIPO member states, those of us who are not aware, the aspect of ADR, which I'm very passionate about, and the WIPO alerts on the website is very critical for us to be sensitive to, and the introduction of the chargeback system, which many times you have taken for granted, but you have brought us up to speed, and a lot of reading that we will have to do for those of us who have not been reading. And also the big project that is coming up, 2024, 2026. Thank you for bringing us up to speed. Next, and briefly, we'll have a Kenyan perspective by Madam Magdalene Munyao, Legal Counsel and an SCA board member. Madam, please join me. And I don't know who is joining us from AAK. It was to be Benson Gigi, but I was told there's somebody else present. Madam Magdalene.
Good afternoon. I think I've been on this stage too many times. I've over-introduced myself, so I will avoid introducing myself again. I'm meant to speak about interagency cooperations and partnerships in IP protection and enforcement. From where I sit, I think we've already spoken, too many speakers have already spoken about IP protection. So to avoid duplication, I'll just go straight into matters interagency cooperation and matters enforcement briefly. Now, the session was supposed to talk about what are the legal and policy frameworks in terms of interagency cooperation and what, as from the SCA perspective, we are doing to ensure that we have partnerships and cooperations, both across different agencies that are involved in IP protection and enforcement, and as between the government and the brand owners. Now, in terms of, when you look at the SCA board, the composition itself answers to interagency cooperation. In the SCA board, you've interacted with people from the Kenya Revenue Authority. We have a member from the KEBS. We have a member from the Attorney General. We have a member from the Ministry of Trade, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, thus presenting the private sector. And we also have independent directors who are supposed to be experts in matters of IP, experts in matters of trade, and experts in consumer protection. And I believe that's where I come in. Besides, we are privileged to be the only country that has an anti-counterfeit specific legislation, as well as an anti-counterfeit specific organization or authority. So when it comes to the legal framework, in terms of combating counterfeit, I would say that Kenya has one of the strongest legal and policy framework. But I think they said the taste of the food is in the what? Is it in the pudding? I don't know how to put it right, but I know it's one thing to have laws, And I think Kenya is one of the countries that has almost a law on everything. Probably the challenge with Kenya is with most parts of the world comes with implementation. And maybe I'll be able to give brief examples on some of the challenges we face. And one example I'll give is I've had people ask a lot of questions in this forum as what is the government doing to stop counterfeiting from the source? Why do we let these things come in? But you will be surprised, for example, in 2014, there was an amendment, a miscellaneous amendment to our security laws under the Immigration Act that created a border control interagency operations committee that was drawing from KRA, KEBS, SCA, KPA, and several other, and police and other agencies. And for a couple of years between 2014 and 2019, we had a multi-agency task force operating at the port, inspecting containers for counterfeits, up until the traders complained and said that the process of having multi-agencies at the port was delaying clearance of goods. And because of the repeated outcry, the law is still there, but the government, the head of public service, gave a directive pulling out most of the agencies from the port, with the exception of the KRA, KPA, Kenya Railways. And yeah, so right now, this has not been possible to continue with that interagency operation at the entry point because of the directives. So what normally happens in Kenya is a very interesting perspective, because on one end, a lot of people will sit and say the government is not doing enough, we don't have enough laws, they are not adequately enforced. But when you try and attempt to do enforcement, to do prevention, then you will have another crop of complainers. And some of the time, some of the people complaining might actually be the counterfeiters, there might be legitimate reasons. So I do not want to attribute blame on one side. Probably in the course of enforcement, some bottlenecks might be created, but we like to complain a lot. We complain when things are not done, and we complain when things are done. And that puts a regulator and enforcer into challenge, because you are doomed either way. You are doomed if you do, and you're doomed if you don't. The newest kid in the block, or what we are focusing on now, is what we are calling recordation. I think it was talked to earlier on. The concept and idea behind recordation is inviting brand owners to declare their brands and to register in an SCA portal about the features of the brands, how to distinguish between counterfeit and genuine, so that at the port of call, or at the entry point, or during pre-export permit approval, we are able to detect what is counterfeit and what is legitimate and stop it from entering the country. And it is our hope that we are going to receive the support from all sectors, because this is a noble gesture. In terms of stakeholder involvement, SCA has always involved stakeholders in all the stages of anything they do. In fact, the formation of the enactment of the Anti-Counterfeit Act went through a lot of stakeholder validation. And that's why you see, even in the board, we have representation both from the private sector and the public sector. And recently also, the recordation rules and laws and the recent amendments have also gone through all the adequate stakeholder validation. The challenges we face mostly are to do with, there has been an attempt across the last more than 10 years to have a unified framework or policy for anti-counterfeiting across the East Africa. I know there were many years back a draft bill that was trying to harmonize IP protection and enforcement across East Africa, but that has not come to fruition up to now. The other challenge we face is on intelligence gathering and information sharing, especially as between the government agency and the private sector. I'm privileged to have worked in all sectors. I've worked in IP for almost, I think, 15 years now, from 2009 to 2013. That should be 15 years. I was the first deputy director in charge of enforcement for the Anti-Counterfeit Agency when it was operationalized. I went to the private sector where I worked across Africa. I've actually done enforcement work in East, Central, West Africa and the Horn of Africa, that's Ethiopia. So I understand the challenges of enforcement and IP protection, both from within government and outside government. Now, the biggest challenge when it comes to enforcement or protecting IP is the brand owners themselves. And I'll tell you this because now I have insider information from both sides. Unless it is goods that do not have an impact on the health of human beings. And unfortunately, what we should be concerned about sharing information more is goods that have an impact on the health and safety of human beings. But I would confidently tell you that a lot of brand owners will not willingly share information on how to detect counterfeits. Because why? Even now you can see the bell is already ringing. Typically, if you were to call a brand owner today to take you through our PowerPoint on how to tell between the counterfeit and the genuine, they would require about 10 to 15 minutes. The standard advert, for example, is a few seconds. So what happens is that if you're dealing in consumable goods like food, and you start educating people on how to tell counterfeits, you actually drive them away from your brand. And that's the reality. By a show of hands, if you had two brands and you went into the supermarket, they do the same thing. Let's say it's cooking oil. In one of the brands, you have not heard about counterfeits. But in the other brands, you faintly had a discussion of how to tell the genuine and the fake. And you went to the supermarket and you were about to pick. We are self-protectionist. People tend to avoid any consumable brand, for example, that is associated with counterfeit. So you actually start driving away from the brand because with counterfeit. So those are the actual challenges that people face. So you find that with private sector, most of them tend to work with private investigators. And their methodology is that you get a private investigator, you equip them how to tell counterfeit, they go and investigate for you, and then you wake up one day to do a raid. At that point, the government agency has no idea where you're going, what to tell. So you're just using them because they have the power. The brand owners will keep a lot of information close to their chest. And it becomes a challenge because the whole system that should be helping you in enforcement have no idea on what the case is about, what to look out for, and coupled by the fact that the courts themselves also do not understand that most of the times when we talk of violation of IP rights, we are not talking about the content of the product itself, but we are talking about trademarks and packaging. So you will go to court, and then the brand owner is also frustrated. You're told, go and bring a report from the government chemist, go and bring a report from the lab, and you're like, what does the lab have to do with what you are doing here? Because we are talking about somebody making a trademark for which they are authorized. So there are a lot of challenges that probably people need to see how to work on, how the challenges that
Thank you very much, Council Magdalene. How do you create awareness without harming the brand owners? Thank you very much. Do we have somebody from AAK? Please. Okay. So as he's preparing, we have two of our speakers online. We have Mr. Raj Gandesha, a partner at White and Kess LLP, New York ISLP. Are you ready? Raj Gandesha?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, hopefully everyone can hear. It's a real honor to be here. We wish we could be there in person. The discussion and debate that we've heard so far has been extremely lively and dynamic, and we're happy to be a part of it. We'll try to streamline our presentation as there's been a fair amount of overlap, and I'm sure people are eager to get to the discussion. We're happy to be here on behalf of both White and Case and the International Senior Lawyers Project, which is a non-profit organization that provides pro bono assistance to government institutions and civil society organizations in the global south. With that, Mila, can we move ahead to slide 5? So we're going to cover just a few of our slides here. We'll have them available on the website as with the other presentations. It seems to us everyone's aware of the extent of the problem of that commentators and analysts have, in recent years, talked about the emergence of a global counterfeit economy, making it among the largest economies in the world. And in response to that, what we see really across the globe is an awareness that there has to be partnership between governments, between law enforcement and IP regulators and enforcers, and with the private sector to work together to really combat the problem of counterfeiting. And what we see in our work advising our clients and doing research are really four key themes that I think really kind of in a way summarize and echo what we've already heard so far. And that's really how the energy and the effort around partnership focused on IP enforcement sort of take shape. The first is that partnerships are being forged in order to create collaboration to build public awareness of the importance of IPRs and the dangers of counterfeit goods. And we've heard a great deal about that today, as well as the challenges of doing so. And these are challenges that exist all around the world. They're certainly not limited to particular geographies or economies. Secondly, a great deal of effort is really focused, rightfully so, in coordination with law enforcement and customs officials to target organized counterfeiting, which is really the core of the global counterfeit market today. And what's key here, and we just heard a good deal about that just now, is really focusing on information share. Information is a critical weapon here in the war against counterfeiting, as well as pooling investigative resources. And I think there's some good fodder for discussion about the challenges of getting brand owners, IPR owners, to be willing participants in that process. And we've heard a good deal just now from the White House perspective about the cross-border efforts to build institutional capacity and ensure that enforcement institutions are fully equipped for the challenge. And finally, a key theme that we see a lot of effort being focused on is the involvement of industry stakeholders, especially IP owners. They help set the priorities for enforcement measures. They absolutely help with IPR enforcement. They're the ones who have the vested interest in making sure that their IP is protected and enforced. And they can help develop consumer-facing policies that both educate, but also that can reduce the economic incentive for counterfeiting. And we heard about the Project Chargeback example for Canada, which is an example we think is quite instructive, and we'll say a little bit about that. So what we wanted to do is sort of supplement the discussion in the few minutes we have by talking about a couple of case studies, both from the African continent as well as outside of Africa, that we think kind of exemplify the range of partnerships that can exist and can be effective. With that, we'll take to the next slide.
So the first case study we'd like to talk about is Flash IPPA. This was a 2-month collaboration that occurred in 2021 to address the increased criminal opportunity to introduce safe medicines into the global market during the pandemic. This is a collaboration between Interpol and Afripol across 20 countries to target organized criminal networks that would distribute medicines and medical equipment. They seized more than 2 million counterfeit tablets during this period, 1,600 counterfeit COVID tests, and more than 200,000 counterfeit COVID masks. Here we have a quote from Dr. Sharif, the Executive Director of Afripol, talking not just about the impressive results of this collaboration, but also talking about the scope to use the intelligence gathered during this operation in future enforcement activities. Another case study that we want to just cover briefly is Operation Apia 2. This is another collaboration between Interpol and Afripol that occurred from 2020 to 2021. And compared to Flash IPPA, this was focused on a smaller number of countries, but with a broader mandate, looking at tobacco and alcohol and other products in addition to pharmaceuticals. This followed on from Project Apia, which occurred in 2018. Over the course of the operation, over $3.5 million worth of counterfeit goods Mozambique was a particularly successful participant in the project, intercepting a large number of illicit pharmaceutical products. We have here a public statement from CERNIC, which is Mozambique's National Criminal Investigation Service, again talking about how the synergies developed during this targeted and time-limited operation are going to be useful going forward in IP enforcement. Raj is going to talk a little bit more about examples and case studies further afield.
So next slide, please. Yeah. So moving away from the African continent, we wanted to highlight an example from the Republic of Georgia that really shows how public and private partnerships can work. Back in 2010, it was estimated that up to 95% of software for sale on the market in Georgia was pirated and illegal. And this prompted a private sector organization named the Brand Protection Group, which was a combination of both multinational and local companies to advocate for the need for internal reforms in Georgia, focusing on combating the extent of piracy in the software market. In response, the National Intellectual Property Center of Georgia, referred to as SACPATENTI, essentially ramped up its efforts by using government resources in a very efficient way. The focus was multidimensional. It was focused on institution building relating to IT enforcement, capacity building for state officials responsible for IT enforcement, and raising overall public awareness to empower the private sector to protect IPR. Next slide, please. And the results were really quite important here. In March 2015, the Interagency Coordination Council for IPR Enforcement was established. SACPATENTI itself adopted a plan to provide training in IPR enforcement. It began to hold free access seminars and training activities to promote public awareness of IPR enforcement mechanisms, both for the public generally, but also importantly for IP enforcers, IP owners. And the results were pretty much immediate. In 2015 itself, there were 35 criminal cases initiated that involved IPR infringement issues, which was greater than the total number of IP-related actions that had been investigated in the prior decade. And there's some anecdotal evidence that there's been a dramatic reduction in the sale of counterfeit goods in Georgia. Next slide, please. Actually, the next one after that. One more back. Another, I think, interesting example, which again shows how sometimes even small-scale efforts that involve coordination between law enforcement and IP regulators can have a very meaningful impact, is the anti-counterfeiting hotline in Italy. And this is essentially a help desk service that was established that did two things. It was aimed at providing consumers and inventors with information about intellectual property rights, how to protect them, how to enforce them. But it was also became a hotline to receive information about suspected acts of infringement. Inquiries regarding counterfeiting-related issues and reports on IPR infringement increased steadily since after it was brought into existence, with over 1,000 inquiries received in 2015 alone. And then we just wanted to touch briefly on Project Chargeback, which we agree with the previous presenter is a very, I think, instructive example of how private sector organizations can work with law enforcement in ways that are targeted to removing or reducing the financial incentives of counterfeiting. We heard information about the way the program works. I won't dwell. There's information about it online, which can be gleaned from the slides. But the key thing here is that this is an example of a very effective collaboration and partnership between banks, credit card companies, and law enforcement that can have a meaningful impact. And with that, we'll go to the next slide just with some concluding thoughts. And here what we want to emphasize is that
They take many shapes and sizes. They can involve large-scale coordinated efforts among government and government institutions, but they can also be local and small-scale and focus on targeted markets, targeted policies that really get at the incentives for counterfeiting. And of course, building public awareness and developing institutional enforcement capacity have to be important components of any partnership program geared towards counterfeiting. With that, I think we'll stop there, Asante Sana, and we look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Raj. Good illustration of partnership, because he did that with Miller, an associate also, an associate with White and Kess LLP, New York, as ISLP. That's, I believe, the same law firm. And that's good. We learned from you a lot on collaboration, building institutional capacity, and involvement of both industry and the stakeholders. Thank you very much also for the case studies, Flash, IPPA, Operation, and this one from Georgia. The only thing we were wondering is that it's called AFIA 2, but interestingly, Kenya was not among the participants. Is that an oversight, or we really missed? Thank you. Next, we have George Benson Gigi from AAK.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. As introduced, my name is Benson Ngige. I work with AAK. We are a business membership organization with a 65-year history in the country, and we represent the crop protection industry in terms of advocacy and education of end users on the responsible use. So globally, we are also affiliated to CropLife International. That's why sometimes you'll see us being referred to as CropLife Kenya. CropLife International is the global alliance of the plant protection and plant science industry, the major R&D companies, and we would like to partner with them so that the same innovations that are being used out there can cascade for the benefit of our Kenyan farmers. Next slide, please. So when you look at the crop protection industry, it is a subset of the agriculture, and I believe everyone in the room today must have had something that came from a farm somewhere, and for it to get to your table, then some magic must have been done by a farmer somewhere, and one of their worst enemies are pests. And for the pests to be taken care of, they have to be pesticides, and they are toxic in nature. But when responsibly used, they are of importance and great benefit to humanity. And that's why globally, all around, you'll find that pesticides are heavily regulated. There are lots of multilateral environmental agreements, both touching on chemicals, but also specifically to pesticides. There is the FAO WHO Code of Conduct on pesticide management, which offers guidelines on that. And in general, we are a heavily regulated industry. Locally, we have the Pest Control Products Board, which is a state organ that operates under CAP 346. And it, among other things, defines what illegal products are. It also prescribes the fines and penalties for dealing in illegal products. And it also regulates the importation, distribution, and the use of pesticides. So there are very clear guidelines that are set out on how the pesticides and crop protection products should be handled, all along from the research and development all the way to disposal of any wastes that are emanating. Of concern to us here today are illegal products. And in addition to the PCP Act, we have other subsidiary or other legislative arrangements, like the registration of intellectual properties. You'll find that each product has a unique name, has a unique design, so most of them will register with the Kenya Industrial Properties Institute, and also with the Kenya Copyright Board, and also with the Anti-Counterfeit Authority. Recordation is also at our doorstep, and we are looking at ways in which we can take advantage of it to reduce the trade in counterfeits. So when you look at the categorization of illegal products as done by the Pest Control Products Board, it's a bit broader than what probably might be in other sectors. But one of them is an unregistered product. All the products that are sold in the country will undergo a very rigorous registration process where they look at several criteria. And once a product has been deemed to be fit for use in the country, and the risk profile has been done and it is quite low, then it is registered. And any product that has not gone through that process is considered to be unregistered and therefore an illegal product. Then there's the more common ones in the context of illegal products, which are the imitations, where someone is infringing on another's copyright or registered trademarks and selling and passing off the product as the genuine. Then we have the smuggled products. They also fall under unregistered. They might be registered in their country of origin, but having not gone through the local registration process, they are considered to be illegal. So any product emanating from any of our border entry points is considered to be an illegal product. And then there are those which are expired, improperly labeled, or in unlicensed packaging. The regulation goes as far as to determine how the packaging will look like for each and every product. And there are some mandatory items on the label. So if that has not been fulfilled, then it is deemed as an illegal product. So those are the categories that we work with in the plant protection sector. So in the year 2020, we carried out a survey in partnership with the Pest Control Products Board, the Anti-Counterfeit Authority were also involved. And you can see from the balance of illicit trade, which is one of the methodologies used to determine the level of illegal trade between countries. Kenya lost 11.3 billion between 2017 to 2019. So that's an average of almost 4 billion a year. And it is quite significant considering that the sector is not that very large. So it is something that should be of concern to the country. And that is why, among other things, we are here to create awareness and also to discuss on ways in which we can prevent this menace from creating further havoc within this particular sector. Next slide, please. So what are some of the impacts of these illegal products? You'll see that crop and livestock losses are the direct loss that comes about. If you're using a product that is not up to the efficacy that is required, you'll get direct losses in terms of the yield or the quantity and the quality losses. Then there's the possible health hazard to the users. During the registration process, these are analyzed, but a product that has not gone through this process might be of hazard to either human or animal health. And then in addition to that, it's also a hazard to the environment. The fate of any pesticide that is registered in Kenya has been determined and is known to be safe for the environment when used accordingly. But for the illegal products, this has not been determined, and therefore we might be posing a risk to our environment. Kenya is also known to export a lot of agricultural produce, tea, coffee, flowers, fresh vegetables to Europe and other markets, which are quite a significant foreign exchange earner for our country. And these markets have quite stringent requirements in terms of the residues. So by using illegal products and counterfeit products with unknown quality, we run the risk of compromising these markets, which are quite strict in terms of tolerance to non-conformities. Then there's the obvious ones like loss of employment opportunities for local industry. There's the loss of income for manufacturers, government, and farmers. And then there's also the loss of commodity and market share, what Madam Director was talking about. If a product is related to a counterfeit, then it means that the market share they have worked so hard to develop might be eroded over a very short period of time. Next slide, please. So when we talk about tackling counterfeits globally, we are not operating in isolation as a country or even as a region. It is a global phenomena. So we encourage things like identifying the sources. There are those that are local, there are those that are global. So the countries of origin, after interaction or collaboration with global law enforcement agencies, we can be able to pinpoint the sources of some of these counterfeits. I'd hate to mention names, but I'm sure at the back of your mind, when that is said, and counterfeits are mentioned, there are those countries that come to mind. And it is important that we are always on a lookout for merchandise that is originating from these countries. And then we also, global trade is supported by logistics. So when you look at the logistics service providers, we also encourage them to be on the lookout. And as a best practice, they should be able to, at least at the basic level, identify the products they are shipping, and also be able to fill the documentation in a correct way so that it doesn't leave room for manipulation during the transportation process. And then we also talk about the hubs. These are the ports of entry, whereby you'll see that we have customs agent, clearing and forwarding agents, and it's important that they are also alerted on how they can be of importance in reducing the trade in counterfeits. And finally, the consumer is also an important cog. They have a role to play, and they should understand and know their products in such a way that they are able to easily identify any changes in the packaging, in the distribution channel, and they are able to identify those counterfeits as they come to them. Next slide, please. Next slide.
Very quickly.
Yes, please. 2 minutes, I'll be done. So as an industry, we have partnered with CropLife International as one of our partners. And we have what is known as the Sustainable Pesticide Management Framework, which, among other things, works to encourage the adoption of safer innovations. And these safe innovations need to be protected from the counterfeiters, as well as creating linkages with partners within and without the country, so that we are able to fight the counterfeits together, because together we are stronger. And as recently as last year, we had a training for 41 customs officials at the Mombasa port, and you could see the level of knowledge that was transferred in terms of identification and risk profiling, just by looking at the documentation. And if that could be cascaded to all the ports of entry, I'm sure a lot can be done in terms of managing the counterfeits. Next slide, please. So when you look at partnerships, that is the sub-theme of this session. We work closely with ACA, the KIPI, the National Chamber of Commerce, WCO, National Police, SGS, Revenue Authority, and CropLife. All these are just a few of the key partners that we work with. And the importance of these partnerships is that we are able to be our brother's keeper, and in the sense that partnerships will give us mileage. They are also cost-effective in terms of awareness creation, and where one partner cannot reach, or where one partner cannot open a door, we are able to assist each other. The last slide, please. So what is the way forward when it comes to fighting counterfeits, and specifically for the crop protection industry? We would like to enhance education and awareness of the users, a legal review to make the penalties a bit more punitive for the counterfeiters, enhancement of the multi-agency collaboration that is already there, so that we can combat smuggled products that might be getting into our borders. And this will also enhance the detection and deterrence of local manufacturing of counterfeits, the famous Kariobangi industries and the likes. Also strengthening of the complaint receiving systems, so that we are able to get up-to-date information on what is happening on the ground, and we are able to action it much better and build stronger cases that can be prosecuted. Then there's also the capacity building of customs officials and adoption of technology, which we are looking at blockchain as being one of the technologies that can help with traceability of products from port of manufacture to point of use. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate AAK. Yeah, your closing remarks? We want to take about 2 questions before we head over to the closing ceremony.
Okay, it's okay. We can take the questions.
Yeah? Okay, 2 questions. We invite the band. There's 1 question there, 1 more. Here. Hey, mko na maswali? 1, 2. Let me just do those 4. And that will be enough. Okay? Where are those mics? Ushers, quickly, I need the mics. Okay, in no particular order. 1. Go ahead. Put it on.
Good. Thank you. For the interest of time, maybe my question or observations directed to Moses Kulgat. He's familiar with Kipi. We appreciate from our cultural performers here. Now, IP is the one that can graduate to enforcement and all that. There is a gap in our IP regime. I was trying to follow your slides, and inside there I was trying to see if there's anything to do with the animal breeders' rights. Animal breeders' rights seem to be forgotten, and our constitutional in Article 69 defines genetic resources as plants, animals, and microorganisms. We have can be handled by technology. So what impact does it have in long term if we have non-existing IP regime for animal breeders' rights, and we have got some existing brands like Red Maasai sheep, the Boran cattle, so that one is it. Then another observation is that for our communities to respect the classical IP regimes that we have talked about, they should also feel part of the train. Most of the classical IP regimes have not recognized traditional knowledge and cultural expressions. So from where you sit, I think you can help us to make sure that we review our IP law so that if there's any patent, any plant breeders regime or animal breeders regime utilizing traditional knowledge associated with the genetic resource should be disclosed, so that as we talk about counterfeiting, we should also be able to factor in biopiracy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's that question on animal breeders' rights is directed to Kurgat. Yes. And make it short.
Thank you for having me. My name is Masi. I'm an enforcement officer at Capital Markets Authority. I have a question for ACA representative and maybe WIPO. It regards to follow the money. At Capital Markets Authority, when we do an enforcement action, we take an enforcement action, we always withdraw the illegal money. We take it back to the state. So does ACA have the framework, or do ACA take back the illegal money? As we saw yesterday, that illegal money is used to fund criminal activities. Do they have a legal framework that they withdraw the illegal money? And number 2 is with the last guy, AAK. With the introduction, the government is, we have heard about GMO, and the government is trying to introduce the GMO. So what is the effect of GMO with regard to IPO rights? And then what is the effect of GMO? And what is the, just a minute.
Those are 2 questions.
Should we anticipate the rise of counterfeit with the introduction of GMO?
Okay, there's a question on GMO, there's a question on illegal money, and that question should be answered by ACA as well as WIPO. You wanted to know about illegal money, the legal framework. Fantastic. There was that question, and then the final question here.
Yes. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Mine is not a question, again, it's an observation.
Okay, make it quick.
From our online presenter, Mr. Zabia. Thank you very much for raising the issue, the next challenge that we will be having as consumers because of the issue of internet, digitization of products and delivery. And yesterday you heard about the challenge of convenience that is propagating counterfeiting. So there is increasing change in consumer purchasing behavior, whereby people are ordering things at their comfort of their homes. And this is exposing us to counterfeits. Because unlike manufacturing, which requires a physical location, trading doesn't require a physical location. And therefore, these goods are being sourced, supplied from anywhere. And therefore, there is a challenge to do with traceability of that product to the source. There is also a challenge of scrutinization of these products when the delivery is being done, and therefore the consumers, we are exposed. And then the quietness of the consumers, because they don't know how to complain or to raise any complaint about that, because they cannot be able to trace that. And then dilution of concentration of that product, because these products are supplied from nowhere to everywhere. So that's the next challenge that we are facing as consumers. I submit.
Thank you very much. Traceability, and you said dilution. All right. The last question here.
Yeah, it is also not a question, but a recommendation.
It's an observation.
I have 6 people that we have to mention them. We have the youth, the disabled, the poor, children, inadequate knowledge people, and the ignorance people. So as I represent the youth in Africa and under Youth Alliance for Leadership and Development, I have this appeal to all of us here. When you see me knocking at your door, when you see me chatting with you, as from now, kindly I call you wherever you are. Respond to any question. Respond to any need that is affecting the youth. Because all these things we've said, the people concerned about them, the people unto which they affect most, it is the youth. So from now, when you see me coming to you, when you see me emailing you, or even coming to your office, kindly let's help one another. And all these things will be done away with.
Fantastic.
So as from today, as from now, when you see me next to you, knocking at your door, please open the door. Thank you very much.
And thank you for emphasizing that the door you will be knocking is an office door. Nobody wants you knocking in their living room. Anyway, should I start with AAK? Oh, Kurgat. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting that you've raised the issue of animal breeders' rights, genetic resources, and biopiracy. Those are subjects of important current discussions going on in the world. And it is something that we are also doing it here. You remember recently in Kenya, in Kilifi to be specific, and it is something that the government took action immediately to prevent. But later on we discovered that some had already escaped and had been taken to wherever they were meant to go. Now, on the issue of cultural expressions and traditional knowledge, these are some of the aspects that are within the laws of Kenya, and they are actually being undertaken to ensure that cultural practices that even you saw here today when they were dancing, we must not let them die. They must be preserved. And I think Bomas of Kenya is one example of where cultural practices are being undertaken and maintained so that our children can get to know what happens around us as human beings. Now, on animal breeders' rights, it is an area that it is least discussed here, but internationally it has gained a lot of importance, and it is an ongoing discussion. So Kenya is not going to be left behind. I think we have dealt so much more on plant breeders' rights more than animals because of the nature of the foods that we need here. But otherwise, rights relating to breeding rights for animals are also under consideration, and they are within our reach in terms of research and concern by the government of Kenya.
All right.
Now, there are also other issues that are taking place in terms of advent of animal patenting, which are subjects of international concern, which I believe with time it will also gain some currency here, and it will be discussed at length.
Fantastic, thank you very much. There's a question of a legal framework on illegal money. Maybe we start with Geneva. Waipo?
Sure. Okay, well, I will be very brief, but of course, I think it's important to distinguish between two things. First, you have an infringement. So obviously, you have, depending on the national laws, but the national laws have anyway to be in compliance with Part 3 of the TRIPS agreement, but depending on national laws, you have legal mechanisms to deal with the infringements, and that's the enforcement aspects, right? So you detect the case of counterfeiting in your country, you have the legal mechanism. If there is a criminal aspect thereof, you will follow the criminal prosecution, and at the end of the day, yes, you will recover the money from the infringer, provided yes, he still has the money, and there are rules or national laws applied on proceeds of crime and things like that. What I was hinting at about the initiatives, the follow the money approach, is that it's a little bit ex ante. It's not even the question of having a legal case being done in this jurisdiction or that jurisdiction, but it's really to tackle immediately the issue more at the global level in a way, but to cut the stream of financial flow benefiting to the infringer. So it's complementary if you want. So that's I think the merits of those follow the money approach, whether it's a chargeback initiative, whether it's wipe alert, whether it's PQ infringing website list, etc., etc. Those kind of initiatives are complementary to the legal mechanisms that exists. That's what I wanted to say about that.
All right, thank you very much. Magdalene, you want to take the question on the part of SEA?
Yes. Although I was asking myself whether she's talking about fake currency or proceeds of crime. And proceeds of crime. So when it comes to proceeds of crime, the SEA does not have the mandate to deal with that. And actually, the challenge of counterfeiting is a lot of times the counterfeiters actually use it as an avenue to hide illegal money or to wash money obtained through other illegal means, money laundering and others. And unfortunately, counterfeiting in terms of either the manufacturing or the production of counterfeit goods is mostly done underground. It's not done in a formal industrial setting that you can say, oh, this is the industrial area. Even the typical Kariobangi never works anymore. You'll actually be surprised that you'll have people counterfeiting in big estates, like a house in Runda or a house in Karen, the places that you would least expect. And these things are released to trade in bits by bits, and unfortunately, the extent to which counterfeiting can be punished, as per the law, is 3 times the value of goods. So if you catch somebody with counterfeits, if you catch them with 3 items worth, let's say, 10,000 shillings, the maximum they can be fined is 30,000 shillings. You cannot presume or extrapolate or go beyond what the law says to say, you must have counterfeited things worth 1 billion, so I'm going to charge you 3 billion. There will be no legal framework for that, because even the maximum sentencing is prescribed by law. So unfortunately, SEA would not be in a position to deal beyond what is prescribed in the law. But I believe in Kenya we have other agencies that deal with asset recovery, anti-money laundering, proceeds of crime. And I think in Crematory we have seen in the media a lot of people being able to lose money whose source they cannot explain. So in terms of, or in the spirit of interagency partnerships.
All right. AAK, the question of GMO, very quickly.
Thank you. GMOs, as with any other plant varieties, have that particular characteristics that gives them that competitive. Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service. They are the ones who register seed varieties in the country. And once a certain trait has been identified in a GMO crop, it has to be undergo the process that is done at KEFIS, whereby the distinctiveness of that trait is identified, the uniformity of that trait is identified, and then it can be registered. Then after that, if it goes to the commercial stage, then that is where they'll go to the KIPI and the other commercial entities that register the trademarks and copyrights. So when it comes to GMOs, they are still in the nascent stage in the country. I think only trials have been approved for 2 crops. So not much can be said at this point, but if it reaches a point where it is commercially viable and the demand side is increasing, then it means that more likely than not, counterfeiters will also come in. And if they have gone, if the owners of the particular traits have already secured them, then it means they'll be safe. But now for the users, it will be a bit of a gamble because the technology that currently is needed to develop such is quite high. So they might be getting the type of counterfeits that are devastating, whereby if you plant a seed, it doesn't even germinate, or it doesn't give you the results that you need. So I'd say from a professional point of view, it's a wait and see. But there is a process of securing those patents by the holders. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I want to thank all of you.
Kindly, one of us would like to give it a legal shot on the GMO aspect.
Okay.
Lady Magdalene, please.
Very quickly.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to say on this GMO debate, we should avoid being sucked into the same debate of medicine, of generic versus originator. And I keep challenging people, especially in the pharmaceutical sector. I ask them, why do you, every time people talk about counterfeit medicine, say they are targeting, for example, generic? Because as far as I'm concerned, if a medicine, for example, is paracetamol, you will have maybe Panadol as the original, and the generic is supposed to have its own trademark. So both of them can be protected, and both of them can be counterfeited. When it comes to GMO, we should avoid treating GMO as a counterfeit of the original crop, because if you develop a genetically modified crop and you go through all the processes, safety, registration, and you acquire a right to it, you deserve the same amount of protection as the original crop. The only thing when as far as enforcement and regulation comes into force, it is to protect everybody who has established, or do I want to consume the organic GMO equals counterfeit? Because I think we would be headed in the wrong direction, both from a legal definition perspective and from a right owner's perspective.
Fantastic. Let's appreciate the panel for a job well done. And thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much, Magdalene. Thank you, Mila. Thank you, Raj. Thank you, Xavier, for joining us this afternoon. Thank you, Kurgat. And thank you, Phyllis. And thank you, the gentleman from AAK. I need to bring you down. We'll still get them. So we want to give the giveaways very quickly. But in the meantime, the band will be giving me a number so that we prepare for the closing ceremony, which we will do in very few minutes. So let's appreciate the panel once more as we give them the giveaways. Meanwhile, Utawala Band, over to you.
Wanzeyene monini mada Susanna, wande yanginyanela. Wanzeyene monini mada Susanna, wande yanginyanela.
MMP team and the ACA team, kindly be first. We want to conclude this. MMP and the ashes.
Nililikana undo wandalasia yela na ikana. Yuningo wana na ningo wikia. Nililikana undo wandalasia yela na ikana. Yuningo wana na ningo wikia. Uwambia sani ni yusu itezina. Ni nyomesina ningo isapona nisa. Uwambia sani ni yusu itezina. Ni nyomesina ningo isapona nisa wanakuwa. Wanzeyene monini mada Susanna, wande yanginyanela. Wanzeyene monini mada Susanna, wande yanginyanela. Mawau mazukuta mokambika na polio, wandwa yenzanzoni na mayakwata. Mawau mazukuta mokambika na polio, wandwa yenzanzoni na mayakwata. Noiwe nyakwa na noiwe mwendo wakwa, manzainga ya kuwazimae. Noiwe nyakwa na noiwe mwendo wakwa, manzainga ya kuwazimae we wakwa. Wanzeyene monini mada Susanna, wande yanginyanela. Wanzeyene monini mada Susanna, wande yanginyanela. Asia imamo ndoni malete kune wa heshima. Maya ile kotwa testimony people. Asia imamo ndoni malete kune wa heshima. Maya ile kotwa testimony people. Takekati ya siai uwe molwa mava. Ila tue ila bitulilikane mami. Takekati ya siai uwe mwange mava. Ila tue ila bitulilikane mami. Takekati ya siai umuwa mava. Ila tue ila bitulilikane mami. Takekati ya siai uwe mweti umava. Ila tue ila bitulilikane mami na tata. Wanzeyene monini mada Susanna, wande yanginyanela. Wanzeyene monini mada Susanna, wande yanginyanela. Serious, semana. Asyaini maneosh.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At this juncture, allow me to ask the Executive Director of the Anti-Counterfeit Authority, together with other CEOs in this building, to join the podium once more and take the seats that are on the podium. The Executive Director, together with your guests, and any other CEO that is here, to go to the podium and take the seats up there. We are approaching the close of the 3-day symposium of the International Symposium on Intellectual Property Protection and Enforcement. And thank you very much. I think you can also be joined for warmth purposes. Today is cold. You can also be joined by your board members on the podium. In the meantime, you remember we launched a new website for ACA. You remember that? Do you remember? We launched a new website for ACA. And definitely, your feedback is needed for this session that we have had for the last 3 days. So you will take your phone on www.aca.go.ke, go to the homepage, and then you will see a tab for feedback. We just want to get your feedback as regards the training, education and public awareness feedback form. Just fill it very quickly before we exit the auditorium as we continue with the rest of the program on www.aca.go.ke. Fill that form and give us your feedback. We'll be really happy and appreciate your feedback very much. And also, as is tradition with any session that you go to, particularly when it's knowledge being imparted, each one of you will get a certificate of participation. Appreciate ACA for that. Is that how you appreciate when you're happy? Is that how you appreciate when you're happy? Thank you very much. Each one of us will get a participation certificate from the ACA, of course, for being here for the last 3 days. At this point, allow me to invite on stage the Executive Director of the Anti-Counterfeit Authority to take us through the closing program. Thank you, sir. Oh, yeah, it was supposed to be you. Let's appreciate the wonderful lady, of course, as she chairs the session as we wind up. Karibu.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We are almost at the tail end of the symposium. And this session, we are supposed to be recognizing our sponsors for this symposium. We will also be recognizing, we will have some photo session with the executive director and the board members, and also our sponsors with the sessional chairs, the speakers who are here, and the panelists. We will also have a photo session with the exhibitors. I hope you have managed to go through the exhibition tents, and those who needed Huduma services, you got them. And also you were able to see the differences between the original and the counterfeits. So we will have that photo with the exhibitors, and finally a photo with the organizing committee from the ACA. So I will ask the ED and his guests to just move down to the banner. And Mr. Kiptarus, I hope you're ready for the photography. And the first photo, I will request all our speakers who are here, the panelists and the sessional chairs, kindly come in front to have a photo with the ED and the board members and the guests. As they go down, I also request the exhibitors, I hope you're ready, you're in the room, to have the photo. Thank you very much, our speakers, our panelists, for making this first international symposium a success, for sharing that knowledge with the participants. We thank you. We also thank our online participants and also speakers and panelists who joined us. We appreciate your contribution in this symposium. Thank you very much. Edie, I'm hoping you're still there. Please don't leave. We are taking the next photo. I'm sorry, I will request you to go back. We are taking the next photo with the exhibitors. Kindly, quickly, join the ED. The exhibitors, I'm told you're in the room. Please, let's join the ED. From Huduma Center, Nokia was there. ACA, you're there. AGA, Africa. Philips, JO Global. Thika Clothes Mill. Kindly, let's join in the photograph. ACA team, the core planning team, please be ready to take the next photo. Thank you. Those are our exhibitors. Please, before you leave, you can visit the tents. Those who need a certificate of good conduct, you can get it very easily at the tent. I can assure you the service is efficient. Those who need to replace their IDs, you're welcome to visit the Huduma Center for Kibra. Thank you. Thank you. ED, please, and your guests, just hold the last photograph, please. ACA, planning team for this event. Quickly, let's join the ED. The team that worked tirelessly over time to see this event a success.
Let's remember to log in to www.aca.go.ke and provide your feedback there as regards the last 3 days.
Thank you. So the next session, I will request our Executive Director, Dr. Robbie Mbogwa Njoroge, please come so that we may appreciate our sponsors for this symposium, the first one. And we have a small token of appreciation. And I will start by inviting Mr. Joseph Warioko, representing CAM, Kenya Association of Manufacturers. They have supported us. I'm sure you received some materials as you were registering. There are some booklets that you were given. Kindly take time to read. Those were issued by CAM. Just come up. Thank you. We can be having Mr. Emmanuel Mumo Chalo of Thika Cloth Mills. They issued us with very beautiful bags. I'm sure you were given a bag. That's pure cotton. So from Thika Clothes Mill, thank you very much for your support. Marianne from MMP, are you in the room? Yes. We also have Kevian Limited. We thank you for your support. I'm sure you received some Afia juices from Kevian. Thank you very much for the support. We also have Melvin's Tea, and I'll request Madam Magdalene to receive that appreciation on behalf of the CEO of Melvin's, Ms. Flora Mutai. Judy, we wait. As we wait, I request Mr. Benson Gigi to be ready. Benson? Are you in the room? Benson Gigi, on behalf of AAK. Benson, yes. AAK, Agrochemical Association of Kenya, they have also been our sponsors in this event, and we appreciate you. Thank you. Benson, AAK. Sponsors for the event, and that is AGA Africa, and I will request Mr. Marcus Green. On behalf of AGA Africa, we thank you for supporting us, for standing with us, for getting us speakers. Thank you so much. Also, we had an award for Mr. Marcus Green, Judy, Marcus Green, to appreciate him. Yes. Yeah. Marcus is the board member for AGA Africa program. We have Mr. John Endozier, the international advisor. Mr. John Endozier, thank you very much. And we have Chukukere Unamba, we call him Chuks. Thank you, also from AGA Africa. Chuks will also receive the award for John Ukegbu and General Hector Baldares. Yes. Yeah. So thank you, Edie. Thank you. That was for our sponsors for this event. Without them, we would not have enjoyed the services that we've enjoyed. And also the speakers that we would not have received the speakers that have been here. So we thank our sponsors. Finally, we shall be having certificates for all the participants that registered. So ensure that your name is registered and your email address is properly captured. We shall be sending them to your email address. In case you do not receive your certificate by 30th of June, kindly feel free to email us on info@aca.go.ke and just inquire on your certificate and share the correct email address. Thank you. As our speakers, our participants shared the knowledge, I believe you've left here with more knowledge. And knowledge increases by sharing. So I'm going to encourage you, when you go out there, share the knowledge that you have received here. Thank you, and God bless you. Okay, so as we close this conference, I would like to invite our executive director to wrap up, summarize for us the symposium and what are our takeaways. Karibu.
Thank you, Refa. Let's give her a round of applause for taking us through that session. Once again, hamjambo. Whether you are participating physically or virtually, for those people who are joining us virtually, I take this opportunity, first and foremost, to recognize the presence of Marcus Green, the board member, AGA Africa. We also have Mr. John Edozi from AGA Africa and international advisor. We also have Chooks, the representative of AGA Africa here in Nairobi. I have my board members who are present, Mr. Koje, Madam Magdalene, Mr. Wangombe, for being in this particular and auspicious occasion. We also wish to recognize all the great presenters who have presented during this event, which started on Tuesday rather, and distinguished participants for your great participation. You made the event quite lively. I would like to start with African short story, because I believe Africa short stories, we can have it as a takeaway home, because it's able to give us some insights, since we are seated on the African continent and sons of the soil. There is a story told from West Africa, from Ghana, of Anansi and the pot of wisdom. And this story is about a gentleman called Anansi, who is a spider, who is a very cunning spider, and very clever. So one day, Anansi decided that he wanted to possess all the wisdom in the world. He heard that the sky god kept a pot of wisdom. So he devised a plan to obtain it. So there goes Ananis. He spun a thin thread of silk and tied one end to his leg, while the other end was attached to the pot into the sky. With determination and patience, he climbed up to the heavens, reached the abode of the sky god. Anansi managed to grab the pot of wisdom, but he descended back to the earth. He faced a lot of problems. The pot of thread of silk, his journey became even more challenging as he encountered gusts of wind and obstacles along the way. Fearing that he would drop the pot and lose all the wisdom, Ananias had to make a difficult choice. In that moment, Ananias made a decision. He carefully opened the pot and poured a little bit of wisdom into his palm. Then he whispered a secret message to the wind, asking it to carry the wisdom to the all corners of the world. The wind agreed, and from that day on, wisdom has been freely available to each and everyone, including the one who are here. Let's clap for Ananias. Now, the moral lesson, why I decided to use that, is that today we were Ananias, ACA, AGA Africa, all the distinguished speakers who have been here. We have used that Africa anecdote in that wisdom, because something has to be boarded, but rather something has to be shared rather than shared for the benefit of one individual. And because Ananias realized that true wisdom is not about possessing knowledge for oneself, but about spreading it far and wide. The story teaches all the participants here that the importance of us within the ecosystem of IP, that we have to share this knowledge, whether locally, regionally, or internationally, for the greater good of the owners of intellectual property rights, and as well as the consumers. AG Africa here, they represent that theme of consumer rights and consumer protection, and I think that is very important of that. The Anti-Counterfeit Authority organized this first international symposium on intellectual property protection and enforcement, and this is our inaugural event, and whose theme was spurring digital-driven economies by addressing IP infringement and related forms of illicit trade. This symposium convened prominent stakeholders, policymakers, legal experts, industry leaders at international organizations such as WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization, among others, who are involved in intellectual property and trade. This symposium served as a knowledge sharing, like an ANIS, and networking platform, fostering discussions and collaborations to tackle the emerging issues of counterfeiting and IP infringement. It allowed stakeholders to exchange ideas, share best practices, and explore innovative strategies to strengthen IP protection and enforcement measures. The symposium was organized around 5 main themes. The first one being best practices in combating IP infringement and illicit trade. Number 2 was use of IP economic and social development. Number 3 was IP in stimulating digital-driven economies, the media innovation nexus. Then IP commercialization, which you have discussed this morning, and then partnerships and linkages in IP protection and enforcement. What are some of the key takeaways as we go back to our respective organization, as we fly out of Africa, as we go back to other African countries? The first, we discussed the issues of best practices in combating IPR infringement and illicit trade. 2 topics were discussed to address the sub-theme in both session 1 and 2, and these were IP legislation, policies, and international and regional perspectives of IP enforcement, public awareness, research, and dispute resolution. Some of the key findings from the research papers, points, and recommendations from the deliberations included, and I wish to just mention a few. The first one is the need to adopt an effective implementation of national anti-counterfeiting laws, since they are cornerstone for effective protection and enforcement of IP. Such laws must define counterfeiting, create a dedicated and counterfeiting institution, provide for fair procedural measures, and deterrent sanctions against counterfeiters. As you heard from the Madam Director, ACA is a unique case, and I think in this region, I think it's only country with a sui generis kind of an institution that is given the mandate of dealing with the counterfeiting. We have a similar organization in Tanzania, but Tanzania, that is called the Fair Competition Commission, to deal with both the issues of competition and counterfeiting. But what happens is that sometimes counterfeiting suffers because competition appear to have an upper hand, even on the nomenclature, the name of that particular organization. There must be harmonized regional and international instruments that set minimum standards for all state parties to ensure intelligence sharing and mutual legal assistance in affecting and in enforcing IP rights. That was number 2, a takeaway. And number 3, within that sub-theme, there is need to strike a proper balance between the obligations to protect IPR and ensuring fair, legal, and legitimate trade flourishes. Number 4, anti-counterfeiting strategies must be comprehensive and informed by reliable research findings and include targeted public awareness of consumers, manufacturers, and IP owners, stakeholder capacity building, and enforcement through multi-agency collaboration. Now, number 5, training of customs, the police, ourselves as an enforcement agency, prosecutors, judges, and magistrates is key to effective and coordinated enforcement of intellectual property rights. Within the second sub-theme, ladies and gentlemen, allow me also to take you through. There were 2 topics under this theme, and these were illicit trade, crime as a bottleneck in national and border security and socio-economic development, and IP in a sustainable development. Some of the key findings from the research papers point out to certain recommendations and the liberation that we can take as participants and as government agencies represented here, policymakers, and even as advocates who can be able to advocate for proper inclusion of these laws. Number 1, establish and support the working of Border Control Coordination Committee in each country. Here in Kenya, we have that Border Control Committee. We normally call it BOCC, of which AC is a part of that committee. And the lead agencies include Kenya Revenue Authority, Kenya Bureau of Standards, among Pest and Control Board, among other agencies. And here we are saying that if organizations and other countries represented here today, we can cause to be formed those type of border control mechanisms, it can also go a long way in helping in the fight against counterfeiting. Number 2, recordation is a measure to contain infiltration of counterfeit. It assists frontline officers in detecting and interdicting infringing goods from entering the value chain. And we have started this program in Kenya. We began it in 2022, but the actual import declaration started in January. We have escalated now to about 6 sectors. And the essence of doing this is we want to move from the brick and mortar kind of enforcement, where we'll be chasing after loose cargo once it gets into the country. We want to intercept that cargo before it gets into the country and right from the source, so that by the time the importers are loading goods that will be imported into Kenya, we are able to give it an authority to come to the country, or we are able to intercept it at that level. And Kenya become the 4th country in Africa to implement recordation. After South Africa, we have Algeria and Mauritius. And then we are saying that IP directly connects with several sustainable development goals. And these are supposed now to be ingrained within our policy framework, specifically SDG number 1, number 2, 3, number 8, 9, and 13. All of them speak about sustainable development, whether it is education, whether are the issues of sustainable cities, among others, including clean water and all that. That one has a nexus between IP protection and how those SDGs are going to be realized by our respective countries. And then we also learned that within that sub-theme, that 95% of all businesses in Africa are medium and small enterprises. And there is also need to have IP entrenched within the business concept of those MSMEs. and help them to scale up and deprecate their innovation, because they are doing quite a number of innovation. How can they be assisted to ensure that whatever innovation they have, whether it is utility models from our brothers Kipi, if they want to protect it as a patent, they can still do it. When it comes to the trademarks, they're able to identify those trademarks, like the lady who was here talking about her textile industry. How can we be able to help them propel that agenda? Number 3, this is theme number 3 was IP in stimulating digital-driven economies, the media innovation nexus. 2 topics were discussed under this sub-theme, and these were illicit trade crime as a bottleneck in national and border security and socio-economic development. And after this, there were some key notable issues. The first one is that we can no longer ignore some of the development that are happening in our shared world. Now we are moving to robotics. We have even gone out to artificial intelligence. And how do we integrate some of these advances in technology with the way either we protect and the way we advance our course? The first one, we say that artificial intelligence can play a big role in enhancing consumer awareness of a brand, and it is time for brand owners to tap into the potential of artificial intelligence and deep learning to be able to effectively protect their brands by mounting real-time monitoring and surveillance within e-commerce platforms. That would be very, very important. Number 2, we talked about collection of 3D data and IP, which can supplement current method of recording and documenting IP asset. And I think we had a very great presentation yesterday on, you are calling it photo? For what? Photogeometry. Yes, those are quite incisive. And let's clap for that gentleman. He did a good job. And I'm told that he was an intern at ACA. I don't know how you let him to go. We should have retained him within the ACA, because I can see the passion and the vigor that he was able to make that presentation. And I think those are some of the key takeaways. And we'll be able to look for him and see whether we are able to do things. Then the other one is AI techniques, especially deep learning, if deployed well and in time, can increase efficiency in detection of counterfeit products. And that was photogrammetry and deep learning can offer insight into developing tools to monitor online counterfeiters and thus enhance e-commerce in genuine goods. And that AI can contribute to cloud-sourced repository, which makes e-commerce possible, but also assist in surveillance for IPR infringement. You can imagine the number of IP agents that we have, and they have to go to the shops to get to know who is selling what before communicating to the brand owners out there. But now we are saying, how can you leverage on this? And then the other one is that the media, legacy and digital, have a critical role in creating effective campaigns against counterfeiting and illicit trade. Sub-theme 4 was on IP commercialization, and there were two topics that were discussed. These were IP assets and valuation, and IP utilization and exploitation. And I think Wakimani also added secularization. How do we secure this? As per that Act on Movable and Immovable Property Act of 2017, how do we then able to tap into all this knowledge and ensure that our innovators, our small businesses out here, they are able also to use IP as an asset to get as a collateral, to get loans or to finance their businesses. We are happy we also have representative from CMOs here today, collective management organizations. Can you stand any representative from CMOs? We just recognize them. CMOs representatives. Tuwapigie makofi. Hawa ni wanamuziki. These are the people who are trying to tap into that, and I appreciate even the musician there. Tumpigie makofi. You were able to electrify the room. That was great, out of your performance. And you are saying now, how do we move now from where we are in terms of using those type of IP, like music, because I think this is what we have most here. We're able to produce here. Can you be able to monetize it? The other one, we mentioned that the value of IP, the first one was the value of an IP asset, essentially comes from the right the owner of the asset has to exclude competitors from using it. Then the other lesson is that value of an IP asset can be derived through direct exploitation of the IP or licensing of the IP to a third party. That IP valuation is also beneficial in the enforcement of IP rights, for internal management of IP assets, and for various financial processes. And that there is lack of a common value framework, and therefore, World Intellectual Property Organization, represented here by Xavier and other team in Geneva, should focus on having experts in IP valuation, particularly in this part of the world, so that we are able to help our innovators and the owners of IP. And finally, the last subtopic was on partnerships and linkages in IP protection and enforcement. Some of the key findings from the research papers point out to certain recommendations, and these include, number one, that there is a clear and present need to build lasting partnerships for IP protection and enforcement. This work cannot be won by one agency alone. It cannot be won by ACA or with our sister agencies such as KECOBO, Kenya Corporate Board, or KIPI, or KEFIS, or KRIA. If it has to be won, it has to start with all of us. And I think yesterday, when Kawesa was presenting to us, he did mention some of the areas or causes of counterfeiting include poor linkages and inability of enforcement agencies working together. And this explains the reason why we have that MOU of understanding between ourselves and Anti-Counterfeit Network in Uganda. We are also extending similarly a new MOU between ourselves and Fair Competition Commission in Tanzania. And we also want to push, and I can say this as one of the key takeaways, there is a bill that has been lying in the shelves of East African community since 2010 on anti-counterfeit bill that seeks now to harmonize and unify IPR enforcement within the East African region. And today you realize that East African region now encompasses about 7 countries. DRC is a new entrance with about 80 million people. So if you combine all this, we have about 200 million people who might be affected by this, and if you're able to push it through, that would be a game changer within the East African region. And we are going to take a lead in pushing for this, and I am happy, Mr. Koje, you are here. In those deliberations within the EAC, you're able to put it as an agenda. To begin, Mr. Koje, because I know if we don't clap for him, he's not going to do it. Thank you very much, Mr. Koje, for that. Now, there is need for collaborative leadership informed by the 4 pillars of intervention: applied research, legal action, use of technology, and communication for mindset change. And in conclusion, as Shakespeare once said, that the brevity is the soul of wit. It is a testament that the war against counterfeiting cannot be won by one institution like ACA, but it requires effective collaboration and partnerships between the states and non-state actors. Finally, I wish to thank all the participants, the speakers, our partners and sponsors for their invariable support that made this inaugural event a great success. We plan to replicate this event in the coming years to consolidate the gains that are achieved, to organize our future event with the aim of respecting and building the respect of IP rights. With those few words, I beg to stop there. Asanteni sana. Thank you. Allow me at this point in time to invite our brother from AG Africa, Mr. Marcus Green, to come and give the official closing remarks. Welcome, Mr. Marcus. Tumpigie makofi as he comes up to the stage.
Good afternoon. Now, I know everybody's lectured out, but we can do a little better than that. Good afternoon. All right, great. So I can see everybody's faces are tired. It's been a long 3 days, and so I don't want to belabor the engagement, but I will ask if you give me 3 minutes. I think I can get through this in 3 minutes. What I want to do is simply thank a bunch of folks in the room and a bunch of institutions, give you a short commercial on AGA Africa and what we're doing, and then I want to sit down. Can we do that? Thank you. So I flew in early this morning from Ghana, and I got a call before I got on the flight that, you know, I should bring a coat because it was cold in Nairobi. And then I landed, and I was like, who stole the cold weather? Because I don't feel any cold. So I know you guys call this cold, but it just doesn't feel cold to me. So I'm happy to be here, happy to be back in Nairobi, and like I said, I won't be very, very long. So first, I want to thank all of the organizers, the people who have worked tirelessly to put this together, the people who set up the banners, the people who put the water out, the people who handle security, the esteemed band in the back, all of the folks on ground, including our own AGA team. Thank you, because we know these conferences take a lot of work to put together and a lot of diligent work, and so we really appreciate it. And I also want to acknowledge the Ministry of Investments and Trade and Industry, the Principal Secretary for the State Department of Industry, Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, our own AGA Africa program and our participation, along with our AGA Africa team, Mr. John Adozier, Mr. Chuk Onambara, the Anti-Counterfeit Authority Board of Directors, the chair of the Kenyan Private Sector Alliance, the chief executive officer in Kenya Association of Manufacturers, member of the ACA Board of Directors, the president of Law Society of Kenya, the executive director and CEO of the Anti-Counterfeiting Authority, all of our distinguished guests and participants. This has been what I have heard an extremely informative 3 days. I also want to recognize my good friend Raj, who was who was on the monitor when I walked in. Raj and I, we have done a lot of work together over the years. He's a phenomenal lawyer. I sit on the board of AGA, but in my day job, I am a lawyer for Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, so I'm very, very familiar with the intersection of intellectual property and law. It's a huge issue, and I'm so happy to be here for the first symposium on this issue. Someone touched on the issue of music. Look for this issue of artificial intelligence, AI, to play a major, major role in the music industry. Just the other day, I heard a Drake song. You guys all familiar with Drake? But I heard this Drake song being sung by Tupac, and it was done through AI. So imagine the legal issues that are going to arise with respect to artists who have moved on and are deceased, but can actually produce new records and new music. So it's going to be a fascinating area to watch. This entire area of intellectual property is interesting. As technology moves so quickly, so must the law. And so this is why this symposium is so important. So as we bring this the first ever international symposium on intellectual property protection and enforcement in Kenya to a close, I would like to again extend all of my heartfelt thanks to all of the organizers and all of the participants. First and foremost, again, I want to appreciate the government of Kenya for being such an excellent partner in all of our endeavors with respect to AGA. Throughout these deliberations, we've explored the indispensable role of intellectual property in fostering innovation, nurturing creativity, and driving economic growth. We have also delved into the profound consequences that IP infringement and illicit trade can inflict upon our economies and sustainable development. One of the things that AGA understands, I think, more than any other NGO is this connectivity of how all of us, we live in this global village. And so the impact of what we do has a ripple effect, right? So what you do in Kenya can impact the markets in Kansas. So this connectivity is key, and one of the things that we do best is we bring together stakeholders to talk about best practices in these new emerging areas of the law. So from our discussions, it's become evident that each one of us faces a distinct challenge in our respective roles, whether we are companies striving to compete in the global marketplace, government agencies entrusted with the responsibility to protect IP, or justice actors tasked with penalizing those who infringe upon intellectual property rights. The road ahead is filled with complexity, obstacles, and the demand of unwavering attention. This area is not going away. This issue of intellectual property and the fight over intellectual property will only get bigger and more complicated as technology changes. So in addition to nurturing the public and private sector partnerships, we must also pay careful attention to the evolving legal framework. And this is key because these fights, these issues all involve the law. It is evident that the existing laws often fall short and inadequately address the sophisticated tactics employed by IP criminals in today's digital landscape. To stay ahead of these challenges, we must think creatively and collaboratively about the potential solutions. This includes considering legislative amendments that align with the ever-changing IP landscape, as well as implementing a robust legislations and policies. This requires ongoing dialogues, engagement between policymakers, legal experts, and industry representatives, and all relevant stakeholders. It's not just up to government, and it's not just up to the private sector. It's a combination of folks that have to sit at the table and make sure that we're building the tightest web possible so that we're not stifling innovation, but at the same time, we're making sure that bad actors are not allowed to run amok. So AGA recognizes this reality. AGA Africa recognizes this reality. And AGA Africa, we have a program that spans across 10 African countries. We're in Ghana, Malawi, Nigeria, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Uganda, Zambia, and obviously we are here in Kenya. And we do a variety of things. We collaborate with various partners and engagements. We are actively involved in combating transnational and organized crime on the continent by engaging prosecutors, police officers, judicial officers, and other stakeholders. We strive to drive tangible change and foster a safer, more secure environment across the continent. It is through these concerted efforts and strategic alliances that we can make a difference and impact and protect intellectual property rights on a broader scale. We have a directory over 3,000 subject matter experts proficient in the various aspects of transnational and organized crime. The AGA Africa program stands ready to work with you, scheduling more of these symposiums. As demonstrated by our facilitators, Mr. Hector Balderas, a good friend and former Attorney General of the State of Mexico, and Mr. John Okebu, the Senior Staff Attorney for the New Jersey Office of the Northeast New Jersey Legal Services. We are committed to bringing together a diverse range of regional and international experts. That's very, very important, because what we do at AGA Africa, and we do extremely well, is we make sure that we bring regional and international experts together. And why is that important? So many NGOs come from the UK or the US, and it's one-sided, right? They tell you on ground in your country how things should work, and that's not sufficient for us. We want to make sure that the neighboring countries also participate so that the flavor is local and the laws reflect and the conversations reflect that local discussion. So we believe in collaborating with actors across borders, and it's part of what we do. We want to amplify our impact and implement effective solutions to transcend geographical boundaries. Again, we understand that we live in this global village, and the impact and the connectivity of all of us is really, really important. As AGA Africa program, we firmly believe in the power of collaboration and inclusion. We therefore are eager to work with you and leverage our extensive network to ensure a comprehensive and impactful interventions. To gain a more comprehensive understanding of the impactful work that we undertake in all of our partner countries, including Kenya, I strongly encourage you to explore our events calendar and our website. We put everything up on our website. We have a calendar for the year, so if there's something that you want to get involved in, feel free to reach out. It's www.agaafrica.org. And additionally, I invite all of you to participate in social media, right? We're on social media at AGA Africa across all of the various platforms, from LinkedIn to Facebook to Instagram. So please participate. And as I conclude, and I said 3 minutes, and I'm at 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and I'm working my way down. As I conclude, I want to iterate my heartfelt gratitude to the Anti-Counterfeit Authority for their invaluable partnership with AGA Africa program. I also want to extend my sincere appreciation to the Kenyan government once again for their unwavering support, which has been instrumental in doing symposiums like this. Further, I would like to thank the facilitators who has guided us throughout the symposium. Your expertise, your passion, your commitment to the subject matter have been instrumental in creating a meaningful and impactful experience for us all. To all the participants, your presence, your active participation have enriched our discussions and contributed to the collective knowledge and insights shared throughout this week. I understand that many of you have traveled significant distances to be part of this event, and for that, we are truly grateful. And for those of you who have participated via the web, and we thank you for your participation. As we go forward, it is important to remember that the impact of the collective efforts should extend far beyond the confines of this hall. The insights shared, the strategies formulated, the networks established here must reverberate into tangible actions, policies shaped, initiatives undertaken, collaborations forged. Each one of us has a crucial role to play, and it is through our individual and collective actions that we can empower innovation, create opportunities, drive sustainable economic development. Let us carry this momentum generated by this conference forward, embarking on a journey where intellectual property flourishes and our economies thrive. Thank you once again for your unwavering commitment and for being a part of this monumentous occasion. Together, we can drive a transformation needed to build a brighter future for us all. I want to ask that everyone travel safely home. Again, thank you for participation. This conference is now closed, and I'm most proud that I kept my commitment, and I'm at 4 minutes exactly. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much to our Executive Director and Mr. Marcus Green for the closing remarks. Let's give them a hand of appreciation, please. Thank you. Finally, I want to invite Madam Agnes Karingu for the vote of thanks.
The Executive Director, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. You better answer nicely. I'm the one between you and lunch now. Good afternoon. Thank you. So I'm here to give a very short vote of thanks. And just as we follow the good book, the Bible, the 10 were healed, only one came back to say thank you to our Lord Jesus Christ. We want to emulate that man who was healed, a Samaritan, and just say a very formal thank you as Anti-Counterfeit Authority. I want to begin by appreciating all the participants. And I know I've gone reverse of what is usual. If we had planned this and aligned all the speakers and there were no participants, then our speakers, our guests, would have been speaking to nobody. And most likely, this symposium would not have continued. And therefore, for all the participants who have been here with us physically and online, we really appreciate you, and particularly those that were able to participate the 3 days, made a very deliberate move to plan to be here to participate in the symposium. Let's appreciate ourselves and all those out there. As we started planning this, we reached out to a good number of stakeholders, many of them, and there are those who heeded to our call that we work together, that we partner and put this symposium in place. And therefore, at this juncture, I want to really appreciate our partners, our gold sponsors, who have now become the premium. We have upgraded you, AGA Africa program. They are now our premium sponsors. They came in and they told us, yes, we'll work with you. We'll not only sponsor you, but we shall help you, we shall work with you in the planning. AGA Africa program, the board member, you're here, represented also by other guests, and your secretariat, they did a great job. So we thank you all for the sponsorship, for the support in planning, and also very, very specially for being here. Let's appreciate AGA Africa
program. And mind you, it's program with an ME at the end, program. So thank you, AGA, and we definitely look forward to working with you. And let me just say, they not only supported in all this, but they provided subject matter specialists. You have had them for yourselves, a whole wealth of knowledge, not only sharing what is within their expertise, but also their practical experiences. General Hugo and the team, we appreciate you. Your presentation really, really reached the hearts of many. Let's appreciate the speakers also from AGA. We had other sponsorship from Cloprife Africa through the Agrochemicals Association of Kenya, who have just made a presentation in the last session. AAK and CropLife, we have worked together. I know they may have come in at the last minute, but they have pulled it through. So AAK, CropLife, thank you so much for not only being here today to make that presentation, for sponsoring us, and also for walking the journey all along with the Anti-Counterfeit Authority. Of course, counterfeiting in the agriculture sector poses a threat to food security here in Kenya and beyond. And therefore, this collaboration partnership with AK, highly, highly appreciated, and we do want to proceed working together. A big, big hand clap for AK and CropLife. Thank you. We have other sponsors, some who have also walked the journey with us, actually almost all of them. And we want to appreciate Kenya Association of Manufacturers, a lot of reading materials. We can almost say at ACA that come are the ones who give us the reading materials. You have come through for us, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, yet once again, let's clap for CAM. Thank you. And may you continue producing those publications and supplying them to Anti-Counterfeit Authority. Thika Cloth Mills. I don't know if you still have your bag, the delegates. If you have your bag, just lift it up, if you're able to lift it up. Yes, turn it around so that we can see the logo. Thank you. So that is sponsorship from Thika Cloth Mills, a Kenyan company, and we really, really do appreciate their support. We appreciate them, and they're at the exhibitions. You can pass through there. We clap for Thika Cloth Mills. And for the nice juices, I know when you're leaving Bomas, you're leaving when you're full, but I'm sure when you get home, you have something to meet your child with. That is a bottle of juice provided by none other but Kevian Kenya Limited, our very own Kenyan brand. We appreciate them. Another Kenyan brand. Unfortunately, for those of you who got your bags today, you may not have gotten this, but those who came on the first day and maybe yesterday, you got some very nice tea, Kenyan-made tea, the true Kenyan tea from Melvin's Mash International Limited. We appreciate Melvin's with a hand clap. And now I'll move a bit faster. There are those institutions, of course, and individuals who took part in different ways. And as I get into these, I want to appreciate in a very, very special way the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO. You have walked the journey with us. Mr. Xavier and team, we have held several meetings, and you have not tired. Even today, you were there, and you have come through. You have been our very, very supportive partner. We appreciate you. We appreciate all that you have given to us in terms of your time, in terms of advice, in terms of the knowledge that you have shared. We give a big, big hand clap for WIPO. Thank you so much. And we continue. We have the International Senior Lawyers Project that is hosted in New York. You saw a good number of presenters who are online from different places. It is a project hosted in New York, but with membership all over the world. And in actual fact, even here in Kenya, we have a representative. I don't know whether she's still here. I think she may have walked out. One who, again, ED also is a product of Anti-Counterfeit Authority, Glory Kenywa. She's a member and was very, very core, and together with the partners in putting together all the resource persons that came in from ISLP project. So we appreciate them. I'm sure some of them may still be online. Let's clap for them so that they can hear that, yes, we appreciate them. Thank you so much. We have many people who have spoken, either as speakers, as panelists, as chairs, and of course, all this came from different institutions, both locally and also from out there. I want to just mention a few, but not that they're more important than others, just to mention and appreciate, particularly from outside of Kenya. In addition to the ones I have mentioned, we have Adams and Adams. Let's put our hands together for them. Thank you. We have Spoo and Fisher. We put our hands together for them. And Danfoss from Germany. Again, we appreciate them. This, particularly the two, are from South Africa, and of course we have the one from Germany. Represented by our very own, I am not seeing her, I think she has stepped out, our very able chair of one of the sessions that we just finished, Madam Angela Ndamboki, representing the International Federation of Phonographic Industry, IFPI, and she took part in many ways, and of course, IFPI very, very well represented. And in addition to this, we have the EU IP Office and IP Office UK. Let's put our hands together for them. As I finish, let me appreciate those of you who have been here with us locally. As we mentioned, just a few. Kenya Association of Manufacturers, I've already mentioned, but there are those who came in as members, and therefore we appreciate you. We appreciate KEPSA. They have been here. Madam Chair addressed us on the first day. We have the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Law Society of Kenya. I know there are so many of you who are listening and following online. We appreciate you. We appreciate the executive, and we appreciate even the entire legal fraternity and law firms. We have Bowmans, we have Coulson Honey, Bowmans, Coulson Honey, IKM, who have been part of the chairing of the sessions, part of the speakers. We appreciate each one of you. For the government institutions, I know the list is long, and therefore allow me not to mention the list, but we are here with you. You have walked the journey with us, and we really do appreciate all of you who participated either in any of the roles that we have been taking. So thank you so much. And you also participated, a number of you, in the planning. And of course, we have the county governments. We have a few representatives. I'll not ask you to stand or to put up your hand, but we appreciate you because we know some of you came from counties out of Nairobi and traveled quite some distance to be here. So thank you so much for being here, and thank you for the support. Other counties, let's disseminate the message that we got from this forum to our governments, representatives, the relevant ones, and of course, even to the citizens out there. Of course, without business community, in whatever form, we wouldn't be here. And therefore, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate in a very special way all the business owners, the IPR rights owners, the supply chain players in different capacities, and the IPR agents who we know represent various local and international brands. And of course, as we go along, we have our exhibitors. For these ones, I'll not tell you who is out there, but I am requesting you, today we are leaving early. Please pass through, see what they're exhibiting. Did you know that Kenya has made a state-of-the-art hospital bed made by one of our government parastatals, the numerical machining complex? Maybe you did through the TV, but I'm not sure you've seen it. Please pass through the exhibitions, go and see it, and the other things that they're displaying. Huduma Center, all sorts of services are there. Your NSSF, your NHIF, Do you need to change your ID card? Pass through there and you're going to see and get served. And of course, the private sector, here a few would ask and continue to ask, how do we differentiate genuine from counterfeits? Please pass through there. JU Global is there with a number of products, and also East African Campbells, among others. And of course, our very own Naomi designers. Naomi, where are you? Yes, and if you want to take one for dinner tomorrow, today is Thursday, so maybe tomorrow is when you might not need that dinner outfit for the ladies, and of course for the gentlemen. I know there is that one special person. She has all of it. Please pass through there and pick one. Our executive director and the entire board, led by Honorable Kabea Bear, if you did not support this, if you have not given us all the advisory advice that you have given us, facilitated this, it would not have come to be. Thank you, ED, and members of the board for believing in the technical team and allowing that we plan this, and we thank God that it has come through. Let's appreciate our ED and the board once again. Thank you. To put this together, we invited a few people, a few organizations to work with us. Kipra, I know you're here. Kenyatta University, CAM, State Department for Industry, and a number of others. You worked with us as a technical committee, and thank you so much. And of course, even those in SCA, you have seen them. Thank you for planning and executing this. And of course, we have our service providers, the Bombers of Kenya. You have really come through. You are always available on our call. Thank you, the event coordinator, our very own KBC. Did you see him last night, or you didn't watch KBC? Are we gonna see you tonight? You'll tell us when to check out on you. So thank you so much, and I am actually done. And for the media houses that covered our event, continue to do. We appreciate you, we thank you so much, and we urge that you take up the role of disseminating the information, the message that we got from here. If I have not mentioned you in any of the categories, please, we appreciate you as a person, as institutions from the Anti-Counterfeit Authority. Let's applaud for all this and ourselves once again. Thank you so much. And of course, as we take the closing prayers, we shall thank God for it and for the successful symposium. Thank you once again. May God bless you, and journey mercies for those that will be traveling later. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Agnes. Tulianza na maombi, na sisi ndio wale tunamaliza na maombi, and therefore I want to invite our board member, Director James Wangombe. He mentioned that he's brother to Jesus, so karibu.
Well, I start by thanking all people for their patience and the time we've been around. And I want to believe that God will continue to be with each one of us wherever we shall be. So let's pray. Father, in Jesus' name, we come before the throne of mercy to thank you for this event that you have given us victory to realize the mandate. We pray that, Father, you continue to enhance that collaboration and unity for the purpose of dealing with anti-counterfeit in this country. Thank you for your blessings. Unite them together and let them continue to collaborate. And let this event be a basis of continuous collaboration, even in days to come, to enhance anti-counterfeit mandate in this country, that we may be an example even to the rest of the world. Father, as we come to the close of this event, we thank you, Lord, for your mercies and protection. We pray for journey mercies, even as people continue to live and go to where they come from. And we pray that, Lord, you unite our hearts to continue with this mandate. As we live, Father, we say, thank you, Lord, for your protection. Continue to Reveal yourself into the heart of each one of us, and let your love be our portion now and forevermore. For we pray all this, trusting and believing in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
All right, thank you, everybody. We can now break for lunch, and of course, see you next time. Thank you very much for participating. The Honorable Marcus Green, it's good to see you again after 6 years. You're welcome. Asante. So we can proceed for lunch, where we've been taking lunch as usual. And thank you very much for coming. God bless you.
Even while we are sitting and having our lunch, please log into our website and fill in the feedback form if you are not yet done. Or you can take a few minutes before you exit and fill that form.
Agannes chongo, agannes siri, agannes nusa. Yanza weline mama wechungene na banu wakusaba. Yanza uninde na njelele titi kalundo. Yanza uninde na njelele titi kalundo. Baina wenda umwana inyanya, umwana mawele, umwana idumbu. Yanzo munana ukato, munana upango, munana uwaba. Yumisa kupensimu, unange kuwibimbu.